sponsor, Accenture, and our associate sponsors, U.S. Bank and RBC Capital Markets.
With a bang, energy and change came to every part of our universe. Seismic or small, it continues.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Welcome to DealBook 2020 Day 2. We appreciate seeing all of you back with us this morning, and what a day yesterday was, and we have a huge day ahead of us, and we're going to get right to it with our first guest of the day, someone who I'm thrilled to have back with us, Jamie Dimon, of course, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, who came, I should mention, to our very first DealBook event now 9 years ago. So Jamie, it's thrilling to see you again. So much to talk to you about where we are in the economy, what's going on in Washington, what may or may not happen over the next 4 years from a policy perspective. And I want to talk to you about all of it and more. Good morning.
Great, Andrew, thrilled to be here.
It's
Good
great
to see you on TV. Next time in person.
Next time in person. We will definitely do this in person. I should say this is being broadcast all over. We have lots of people who are joining us. We're going to try to make it as interactive as possible. They may be sending in questions as well to me, and I'll bring them to you. But here's where I wanted to start this conversation, because I think we're all trying to make sense of where we are in this country and what's going to happen with policy over the next 4 years. You are a student of history. You spent a lot of time in Washington talking about and thinking about these issues. And I was struck by a note that you sent out, actually 2 notes that you sent out to your staff in the past month around this election. And about a week and a half before the election, you wrote, "The peaceful and stable transition of power, whether it is to the second administration of a president or a new one, is a hallmark of America's 244 years, your history as an independent nation." And then after the election, you said this was a time for unity. And I was struck by those notes because I think if I were to look back in history, CEOs historically didn't have to send notes like that. And so I wonder what you think that says about where we are.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Andrew. So I think, look, CEOs are being asked to do a lot of things today that they weren't asked to do in the past. If you travel around the country, there's a huge frustration, and we're asked to help be part of the solution. So CEOs should work on collaboration and work on jobs and skills and all the things that help make it a better society, not just in the things that help their own business. So that's just one more thing. We need a peaceful transition. We had an election. We have a new president. We should have unity to that. We should support that, whether you liked or not what the election outcome were. You should support the democracy because it is based on a system of faith and trust.
But how worried are you about where we are when it comes to that faith and trust right now? There was just a poll, I think, that came out this morning from Reuters Ipsos that said that half the Republicans in the country think the election was rigged. They don't believe in the election. And this becomes so critically important when we get to some of the policy issues that I know are so critical and important to you. How you ever can get there if people don't even believe in the system.
Yeah. Look, there have been worse times in American history where people didn't trust the system and people talk about leaving the country. And, we had a civil war. So I have deep faith and abiding trust in the reliance of America. We just went through a very hot, election campaign. There will be a new president sworn in on January 20th, and hopefully everyone will take a deep breath and think of one thing. What can we do for our country to help the country do better for all of its citizens? Like JF Kennedy asked many, many years ago. And so, hopefully we'll get back to that. And It'll take some leadership, both on the part of government, business, civic society, but that's what we shall aim for.
So this role of CEO as statesman, which I think you appropriately describe over the last 4 years especially, has become, or at least seems like a trend. The question is, and again, maybe it's a history question, is this a trend or is it an historical aberration? Which is to say, was this past 4 years so unusual in terms of having a president that oftentimes was at odds, not just with the business community, but with the public and some of the issues that you've been talking about?
No, if you look at American history, if you go back to World War II, you had a tremendous amount of business people who immediately, once World War II started, said, what can I do to help? They helped President FDR. They weren't necessarily FDR supporters. This goes back to General Motors and DuPont and all these other companies. No, I'm a patriot before I'm a CEO of JP Morgan. But I guess things have changed a little bit. The world is very fast. It's very complex. And this is not an insult to government. I don't think government can do it alone. They need our help, and our help can't be parochial. Our help's got to be what's in the public interest. And obviously, if the country does well, it's better for all businesses too. So it's also in our commercial interest, and we're being asked to by our employees. You're not going to get diversity and inclusion without companies doing it. You're not going to get wages and skills up without companies getting directly involved. I've made a point in the past, Andrew, that CEOs, a lot of us can drive by the worst parts of our society, inner cities, the South Bronx, et cetera. We can drive by literally and figuratively, and we should not. We should say, and I'm gratified, you've seen a lot of CEOs, Doug McMillan is the chair of the BRT, a lot of these CEOs, white men, are saying, this is our problem too, and we are going to double down and try to be part of fixing it. And I think we should.
How outspoken do you think you can be, though, on these issues? Because at the same time that you've called for a peaceful transition of power, a lot of CEOs, and I can ask you directly, but during this transition period, obviously our current president is making lots of claims that are untrue. I can say that. I don't know if you can, and I don't know if CEOs feel that they can actually speak out directly in this moment, especially those that are worried about the democracy.
I think, Andrew, a lot of CEOs don't want to get involved in the day-to-day because you guys, every little dangling thing you spend all your time on. That isn't the point. Unity, collaboration, getting the job done. Again, if you travel outside of Washington, D.C. and New York City, there is deep frustration, particularly, and I don't know if you know this, but this recession, in the average recession, the jobs are lost across the income spectrum. In this recession, almost all the job losses are in the bottom 20%. Okay, if you go to inner city South Bronx, 30% unemployment, the kids didn't have computers to do Zoom schooling. The teachers didn't have computers to do Zoom schooling. So that part of society is suffering, and we need to do something about it. So, my view is let's focus on the job at hand: infrastructure, education, skills, second chance for people with criminal backgrounds, the things that will actually make a difference to America and the lives of the people here. And like I said, that's also good for business generally, commercially.
Let's talk about those policy views and initiatives. Before we do that, though, just help us understand where you think the economy is today. Just give us a snapshot, given that you have your tentacles all over it.
Yeah. Well, the word unprecedented is used properly for one of the rare times. We had the biggest downturn ever in 2 months, the biggest upturn ever in 3 months. And we're kind of in this phase now where we don't really know what's going to continue to get better or get worse. And, thank God we have these vaccines coming. Thank God. So I think what we should do is a matter of policies. We're still in the middle of COVID. We have to get through it. We need to help. We need fiscal stimulus. We need to help the unemployed and some of these smaller businesses in particular get through to April or May until the vaccine is there to maximize growth and jobs, all those things that we need for people. And so it's unclear. Now's the time to say, let's not act like it's over. Let's double down and get through COVID as best we can. The health problem, the economic problem, and when we get out of it, we got a lot of other things we need to worry about.
But do you see how much of a light at the tunnel do you see, or do you see even a potential crisis? We had Masa-san join us yesterday, and he said that he is critically worried, not just about the health crisis unto itself, but he's worried about a financial crisis.
I'm not I'm not as worried about a financial crisis. I think the Fed stepped in and did a lot of things to avert the worst parts of that, et cetera. But again, I agree with Mas. I'm not worried. I'm just saying focus on the job at hand. We've got to get the vaccine out. We've got to right now. We got to get people safer. And you're seeing a skyrocketing of COVID in just about every part of not just America, of the world. So we got to get through that. So I think it's a mistake to take our eye off that ball, and we need some of that fiscal stimulus just to bring us through. And the other thing, can I just mention about the fiscal stimulus? I know now we have this big debate. Is it 2.2 trillion, 1.5 trillion? You got to be kidding me. I mean, just split the baby and move on. I mean, this is childish behavior on the part of our politicians. We need to help the citizens of America. And, and let's just get through it. And it reminds me going back when President Obama was trying to get basically effectively Simpson balls done. Right. And the Republicans and Democrats got bogged down in that $800 billion. I would have walked in that last room of negotiation. If I had to give it all up on either side, it would have been great for the country. They should have focused on what's great for the country, not who won the last little part of the negotiation.
So, not that we need to play the blame game, but have you had conversations either with Nancy Pelosi or with Mitch McConnell about this?
I saw Nancy Pelosi a couple of weeks ago in D.C., but I have not spoken to them recently. But I would say the same thing. Just get it done. Split the baby. Move on.
Do you think, though, that's possible, given that every time there's been conversations about a compromise? I mean, you could argue that the compromise didn't happen in the end, based on what you're saying, on the Democratic side as opposed to the Republican side.
I don't want to blame either side, okay? If I was the one walking in the room in the negotiation, I would walk out with a deal, even if I lost my points. I would not sit there and act like I have to win every single little point, every single thing. I understand the arguments on both sides. I think there are completely legitimate arguments on both sides. But my view is that there's a big part of our country which is really struggling. And if you don't believe me, go out there and talk to the people. We've got branches all over the country. We deal with millions of small businesses. That's what we should be focusing on. It's got nothing. It has zero to do with Democrats or Republicans. Okay, so it's got to do with helping those people get through the toughest part of COVID, and we're not through it yet.
If that stimulus doesn't come, what happens then?
Well, then the probability of having a good economic outcome drops. I don't know what it means, but the fact is, helping there will help the economy, and we should keep our eye focused on that.
What do you make?
It just increases the probability of good outcomes, and it helps a lot of people from severe suffering.
What do you make of the argument, though, that you don't want zombie companies running around, that the United States shouldn't be in the quote unquote bailout business for everybody? Maybe movie theaters in the future aren't a great business. Should they be bailed out? I mean, these are questions that you are starting to hear people talk about.
I know, I see all that stuff. Look, this is, you cannot have a perfect answer to this one. So obviously, you're right, there's going to be creative destruction, and some guys shouldn't survive, we're bailing out. But we need to get through the problem. And yes, America is amazingly innovative. You're going to see you've actually seen a lot of business startups that are, while you have some more failing, you have a lot starting up today. But I wouldn't not do the right thing because you might be helping a few zombie companies. I think that's a bad way to think about it. And on the other hand, you can't go out there. I think there were 5 million PPP loans. Right. Who's going to sit down and say, well, these won't survive and these will? We don't have the time to do that. Get through the problem and then don't make it worse. I mean, I think we make it worse if we don't get through the problem. So, and then we have other issues to deal with, really serious issues. Infrastructure. Everyone wants infrastructure bill. Work skills. We got to get people in the inner cities getting the skills they need to get good paying jobs, and it's doable. We've done it in Detroit, we've done it in Paris. Right. One of my guys was telling me this morning that we dealt with the socialist mayor in Paris. She does not care that I'm a capitalist. I don't care if she's a socialist. We're helping 10,000 kids in the slums of Paris get jobs. We both agree in that. Jobs for those kids is livelihood, it's dignity, it's growth, it's family formation. So let's keep our eye focused when we need education, skills, healthcare properly delivered to America, et cetera.
Okay, so policy question. Of course, there's always the question of how to pay for all of this. President or Vice President Biden, the president-elect, planning to raise corporate taxes and individual taxes on people making over $400,000. Is that the right thing to do in the midst of the pandemic? And if it isn't, how do you pay for these things?
Yeah, so we know we have to pay for it. And before I give an answer, I will give you a specific answer. There are taxes that hurt growth and taxes that don't. Okay, so taxing my income a little bit more, that does not hurt growth. Taxing capital formation over time hurts growth. So I think we should have a competitive international tax system for business. I think that should be a sine qua non. And then if you have to get more taxes, you can go do it other ways. I think I would also expand things like the earned income tax credit so that people who have a job basically will get $6,000 or $7,000 or $8,000 from the federal government. So that job paying $7 an hour is now paying $12 an hour. So I would do things. They do cost money. Right. But the most important thing is that when you ask that question, we get so small-minded. Okay, we ended World War II in 1950. We had 120% GDP to debt to GDP. How are we going to get out of that? Between 1950 and 1960, it went from 120% to 60%. Taxes didn't go up, debt didn't go down. We had 4% growth. So if I was anyone, I'd focus on healthy growth. The best thing to get out of this is healthy growth. Growth pays for everything. And I think a lot of our policies have slowed down our growth. Our inability to do infrastructure, a lack of an immigration bill, a lack of education, those things damage growth. So my view is focus on growth. And yes, of course, you have to tax. Taxes are going to have to go up somewhere, and I completely understand that. But focus on healthy growth. Don't focus on just, if you think taxes is the only way to go, you're probably making a little bit of a mistake.
You and I are in agreement on that. The question, of course, is what's then the right tax policy, and when do you do it? And when do you do it in regard to the other issue is, philosophically, it appears that there's a view in the market and the public that not only is the Fed going to backstop everybody, but now, now fiscal policy is going to backstop everybody. It's almost a form of insurance. And the question is, how do you price that insurance?
Yeah. So again, get through this as best you can. That minimizes the future problem. Maximize growth. That minimizes the future problem. Imagine how important this is. For 10 years after the Great Financial Recession, we grew 20% cumulatively. It should have been 40%. I think it wasn't 40% because of our own bad policies around infrastructure, immigration, taxation, regulation, and stuff like that. 20% more growth would have been $4 trillion more GDP. $4 trillion in 1 year, $12 trillion cumulatively over the 10-year period. So to me, so we need those things. Matter of fact, infrastructure today, you could say it costs money. It costs more money not to fix it than it will cost to fix it. But we don't account for it properly. So, to me, we will get the taxes you need, but focus on growth. If you have very low growth and it's all about taking from Peter to pay Paul, right, then you're going to have more political division, more problems, and you haven't helped the citizens of America who are kind of pissed off that things aren't working well. And so growth pays for everything, healthy growth, and then you could build better safety nets and better school systems and all those kind of things. And I think it's doable if policymakers focus on that. And I totally agree with you. The Fed can't bail out everything. This notion, I was speaking to Fed, not the U.S. Fed, but overseas, it's like, they can't allow a bank failure. They can't allow. Of course you can. Of course, failure's fine. Stop acting like every little ripple in the market, the Fed's got to come in. They don't. Well, the country will be fine. But I think Jay Powell and the Fed did exactly the right thing in March, April, to stabilize the financial system. Because I agree with Masan, what we didn't want is a Great Depression and a financial crisis. A financial crisis meaning not only did unemployment go to 15 or 20%, but companies now couldn't get money, they couldn't get financing, et cetera. So I think they did the right thing, and right now you've got very open markets. Companies are quite prepared, and like I said, what we really should focus on is getting through to the time that vaccine is broadly distributed.
Got to ask, because you have strong views and lots of experience, would you want to be the Treasury Secretary? There was a column in the New York Post over the weekend suggesting you should be.
Yeah, I love what I do, and I've never coveted the job, ever. And, some people do, and I applaud that. I think public service, I love my country, so I will help anyone who has that job. And I do want to say publicly, I think Stephen Mnuchin did one outstanding job there for a bunch of reasons. And I told the New York Times, they wrote an article I thought was grossly unfair to him about his capabilities. But no, I want to do this job. That's what I want to do. if I ever get a call to help, I always take those calls and try to offer my help to whoever's Secretary of Treasury.
Are you
And
concerned?
any president, and any president, by the way.
Who would you like to see be the Treasury Secretary?
I'm going to leave it up to the politicians. You know, they're going to pick it. They're well along the way, it seems to me, to picking someone. Whoever that person was, I will try to help them.
But do you think that they should have Wall Street experience? Because one of the things, and there's a conversation coming up after we speak with Elizabeth Warren, she's been very outspoken about wanting to drain the swamp, if you will, and doesn't want people with not necessarily experience on Wall Street, but doesn't want an administration overloaded or overwhelmed with them.
Well, look, I completely understand that sentiment. So what you want is someone who's capable, smart, knowledgeable. They know stuff. They got detail. They're kind of more apolitical than political. You've got secretaries of Treasury and people at the Fed and people at jobs, and they're like trying to read the tea leaves, and they want to live to be in politics, to be in the White House again. That's probably not good. So capable, I think, and I do think practical experience matters.
Right.
It doesn't matter solely, but it does matter. And so if you said to me, if purely academics, pure economists, I say, no, you may be barking up the wrong tree there.
I want to pivot just for a second to what's going on in society at large, both your own personal experience during COVID and what happens next. So many people are still working from home, though there are a lot of people that are on the job. We talked to Bill Gates yesterday about what he thinks the world looks like when this pandemic's over. And he said he thought that business travel would be cut 50%, potentially forever. And he thought that 30% of the time people would be working from home. I know you've been traveling a lot during this period. I know you like seeing people. Are you in agreement or not?
Somewhat. First of all, Mary Erdo's got a note from a friend and a big client in China the other day saying that the folks there are 100% back to work. Okay, so just take a deep breath, And so I do think there'll be this, and I've been on the road, I've been to California. There's nothing like personal relationships and seeing people and sharing ideas. And so if you look at, I do think 30% is probably a good number of less seats you're going to need in office buildings because people will be rotating, working from home, full-time, part-time. Okay, that's fine. That's an adjustment. It's not devastating to the world. I think business travel will be less. I don't know if it's 50%. What'll happen is it'll drop and then it'll start to grow again. And then people make adjustments to that. But then take someone like me. I have to go to see my clients and my leadership everywhere around the world. I'm going to travel just as much. There's no way I'm going to travel less. I need to see people face to face. I need to see our leaders. I need to do town halls, and you just learn so much. So my trip to California, I met 100 people, all outside, all safe. CEOs, venture capitalists. It's amazing how much you'll learn. There are other problems with, quote, work from home. Young people, it's an apprenticeship system. They learn by being on the road with you, by seeing how you deal with problems. Creativity, a lot of creativity is accidental, where you run into people and it's kind of spontaneous. Steve Jobs used to talk about that. So there'll be adjustments. The world will change. There'll be some work from home. Business travel will kind of drop. I don't know, 50%. Remember, there's a competitive element here too, which is, if I'm kind of the gung-ho person, I want to get to business, taking that trip may be much different than saying, I'll meet you in a Zoom. And so, and I think people like me will travel as much and Zoom more.
Right. Do you think there's going to be a huge amount of spending and travel at the end of this pandemic? I mean, one of the things we've seen, Janet Yellen was just talking about earlier this week, a huge glut of savings. And I don't know what you think that says about the economy and what it may say about the economy in the future.
Yeah, so all that PPP and all that money and all that unemployment insurance and PUA and PUIC and all that stuff, it went into people's accounts. And you could clearly see their savings are way up. By the way, that at the lower end, think of the bottom 20%, they're back to where they were in February. So that it went up and they've kind of spent it. And now they're hitting, it looks like they're hitting kind of where they were. They have to cut back on spending or something like that. But I do agree with Janet, huge amount of pent up demand. And that pent up demand, and you're seeing it in some areas being spent today, like home improvement. Right. You might very well see travel. People like to travel on vacation. And so I think some of our guys were arguing this morning about what's going to come back bigger, the cruise lines, the travel airlines. And so We'll see, but there will be huge pent-up demand.
How much do you think of that's moved into the market? We had asked Masa yesterday about whether there was a market bubble. In fact, we actually asked, this would be a good time to show it. We asked everybody in our audience, and thousands of people responded, whether they thought there was a market bubble. And if I'm right, we had 66% say they thought there was a market bubble taking place right now. What do you think about the market unto itself?
The market is always wrong and always right. So to give you some big numbers, I think the value of all securities in the world is like $275 trillion. The central banks of the world did more than $10 trillion of QE, and fiscal stimulus in the world was more than $10 trillion. That's a huge amount that filters into spending and investing and stuff like that, and clearly elevates asset prices, even though it's hard for me to say which ones are. Now, take FANG, the FANG stocks. Okay, I think they're worth like $6 trillion. I think all of Europe stock exchange is $7 trillion. All of China is $10 trillion. Okay, and so yeah, there might be a bubble in certain things, but it's not in everything. There are a lot of things, if you look at them, they're not in bubble type of territory. And the thing you got to always understand about the stock market is it is a forecast of the future, but it doesn't know the future. So if things turn out where unemployment continues to go down, we get through this, the vaccine is there, we have good growth, prices will be justified. If for some reason we're in a stall and we kind of stall out of this thing and unemployment starts going up, no, they won't be justified. So even the market isn't a perfect prognosticator of the future. But you have to understand that amount of fiscal monetary stimulation has an effect on asset prices. And so there will be a counter effect if they have to do the reverse. And they might one day have to do that.
Let me pivot for a moment to an issue I know that you care deeply about, which is racial equality. You have been both criticized but also lauded for what you've been doing with racial equality. You wrote recently, "Systemic racism is a tragic part of America's history," and you went on to devote $30 billion to racial equality. At the same time, as I mentioned, there has been criticism directed at the bank specifically. What's been the lesson for you this year?
Look, so COVID and the murder of George Floyd pointed out something that we already knew, that there's been inequality in America, and it's worse and it's damaging, and the racial part of it is even worse. And so, after the Civil War, there's supposed to be 4 acres and a mule, which basically never happened. Ulysses S. Grant, who fought for the black person, made sure he wanted to treat them like full Americans at the time. He sent down federal troops into Mississippi and Alabama to stop people like the Ku Klux Klan and kicked out a governor and stuff like that. And then for 70 years, we did nothing. So it is outrageous. The racial inequality is terrible. To recognize it is right, and to do something about it is absolutely the right thing to do. And I'm gratified that all these people are now doing it, which includes all these big companies. So people like J.P. Morgan, they've always been trying to do this. Now, it doesn't mean we didn't have problems, because all institutions do, but we know what we want. We want to double down and do a better job. The BRT's doing it. Every company's doing it. I'm gratified for anyone on this call is doing it. And that's around education, skills, second chance for people with criminal backgrounds. It's around all these things that we have to do to make it a better world for the people who live here. And I feel the same way for helping all of our people, LGBT, you can be Asian, Muslim, Black, Jewish. I want you to be able to walk into J.P. Morgan and feel treated properly, given equal opportunity, get the help you need if you have a problem of some sort. And so our $30 billion thing is very specific. And we're adding loan officers in lower middle income neighborhoods. We're in like 2,000 of the lower income neighborhoods in America. So we're going to do $8 billion of more mortgages targeted to the black community. We're going to do, I think it's $18 billion of affordable housing. We're going to help more and more entrepreneurs of color, small businesses, try to grow their businesses, and a lot on work skills. I think we hired 3,000 ex-felons last year. Okay, I just think it's really important that we all give people a chance in this society. And so we're doubling down on that. And I think it's unbelievable what the Business Roundtable is doing, led by Doug McMillan. So I applaud that. And we learn by watching what a lot of other people do. So a lot of people on this call, I see what you do, and I think people are just doing some fabulous things. And we have to do it long-term, sustained, deliberately, and we'll start to bend that curve.
Okay, so here's a question. We're going to have, we should say Robert Smith is going to be with us later, who's really talked about this 2% idea. We'll talk about that. Killer Mike and Ursula Burns as well, and then we're going to have LeBron James later in the day also discussing some of these issues. But the question I ask you is, when you do these things and when business does these things, should they think of them as business, profitable enterprise business, to go into these areas, or is this supposed to be thought of in a philanthropic way? And I think that a lot of business leaders are trying to think about those two distinctions and what the cost of, I hate to say it, cost of capital should be considered when making some of these investments.
Yeah, I think you should, anytime you run a business, you should be very analytical and detailed about what you're doing and why you're doing it. And it's both, Andrew. There's some philanthropic dollars that do certain things that can't be done. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars in philanthropy a year. And then there's, but if you want real sustainable stuff, do a little bit of both. So we use philanthropy dollars to help small businesses get to a certain point, and then we make them loans. We want them bankable. We want them to grow. A real sustained effort of things that actually work. So in the inner city here, there are 30 CEOs who signed up for the New York City CEO Jobs Council, all equal partners in this, where we're working with CUNY, which has 500,000 kids in it, to get those kids the training they need to get out and have a job. So you can major in philosophy, but take a few coding classes, you can get paid $75,000 a year. And so, I'm gratified that people are actually saying we're going to go in the inner city. Now, we need the jobs. We need the kids. Fasunda Duckett, who runs our retail system, he has started these community branches.
She's amazing. You and I have talked about her. She's amazing.
Yeah, and we just put one in Minneapolis near where George Floyd was. So it's a community center where help build a community. So small businesses come in, they get to know each other, they learn from each other. We have people who come in and educate them and how they can run a better business. And yeah, that we want that also to be profitable. We want to bank the unbanked, but we don't want to make it a charity thing where you do it for a couple of years and then the next CEO comes in, they have a problem, they got to get rid of it. And so you try to make it both. Use philanthropy dollars to get it going, and then have a machine that works over time. So we have great products coming for the underbanked today that we think are very cheap and very good for them, and for us it'll be marginally break even.
Jamie, we're getting lots of questions, and there's a couple, actually more than a couple, on one specific issue. So I want to ask you directly about it. It's a conversation actually that you and I probably began, frankly, 3 or 4 years ago. I asked you about Bitcoin, if you remember. We were on a stage together. And back then, you said, I believe, that you were not a believer in Bitcoin. I think you were worried that the government might not allow Bitcoin, but that you were a fan of cryptocurrency. It appears you've changed your mind. They want to know why. Walk us through what happened.
I don't know if I've changed my mind. We use the blockchain. We have the JP Morgan coin, which is a dollar-backed blockchain. You can move the money, split it into little pieces, go with information. So we're a believer in that. And we're a believer in cryptocurrency, properly regulated and properly backed. Bitcoin is kind of different, and that's not my cup of tea. And I don't want to make news in this particular thing. I'm not really interested in Bitcoin. I'm interested in properly structured AML, KYC, helping people do things cheaply. The blockchain itself will be critical to letting people move money around the world cheaper.
Right.
That will absolutely be critical, and we're at the forefront of that. We always support the blockchain, by the way. That was never part of the Bitcoin comment.
So I appreciate the point you're making, but just to make the distinction, so you have not changed your position on Bitcoin. Back then, I remember you thought that the government wouldn't, because it wasn't regulated, you thought properly, and I don't know if you ever thought it could be properly regulated. That was the argument against it. Are you in the same place?
My experience with the government is they can regulate whatever they want when they feel like it. And Bitcoin is worth $200 billion, something like that. If it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, it will be regulated. And so and by the way, around the world, it's already started to happen. It doesn't mean you can't buy yourself Bitcoin. There are a lot of very smart people who think that $200 billion will be worth more than gold, will appreciate more than gold or the U.S. dollar or U.S. treasuries, and let them do that. I'm not. Right. That's just not my cup of tea.
Okay. We got two other questions, and many of them around this topic. So I should just ask, what is J.P. Morgan doing on this issue of climate change, and most importantly, what do you think of Biden's proposed initiatives on climate?
Yeah, so we actually announced that we support the Paris Climate Accord, and we have a carbon center of excellence, and we've talked to all our clients in automotive, oil, utilities, et cetera, about how do you get CO2 down. We need to get CO2 down. It is a problem. It's a global problem. As you know, CO2 is growing dramatically in India and China. It has been coming down in the U.S. We need proper policy based upon mature, thoughtful, analytical, detailed, what works and what doesn't work. So we've started this concept, which a lot of other people are doing too, carbon intensity. So there's a lot less carbon intensity in that type of product and that type of product, in that car versus that car and that thing. And so that's the best way to do a transition. And we need a carbon tax. I mean, you're not going to survive. We need good government policy, both a carbon tax and then very specific policy around certain industries and stuff like that.
Do you think a carbon tax is realistic at this point?
But Andrew, if you do it right, you can do it cheap. If you do it wrong, you won't accomplish it, and it will really hurt the economy.
Okay, but dig into that. How would you do it? How would you do it cheap?
Carbon intensity, like maturely, carbon intensity. So if your type of oil out of that ground or that pipeline is carbon intensity is 4 times, that they have to pay for that a little bit, and people help them move a transition. But at the end of the day, carbon tax, carbon dividend. So that people are making those decisions all the time, reducing their carbon footprint. And you need a global deal, again, you cannot solve the problem in the United States alone. And so you really got to be quite careful. But I think it's doable. I think we have a common interest with China and India to fix this problem. And there are things we can do with technology that can help them. I mean, I read somewhere that if you simply got them to cook with propane as opposed to wood, the pollution would drop dramatically. Right. And of course, those propane things cost $50, and maybe the average Indian can't afford that. So that's where we can step in and help.
Lots of now questions coming in about China, about what should happen to these tariffs. The Business Roundtable, as you know, came out yesterday and said that these tariffs need to get taken down, that the heat needs to get taken off this conversation. Hank Paulson, the former Treasury Secretary, said something similar on Monday. Where do you stand?
So Americans shouldn't overestimate or underestimate China. They're a competitor, so be it. We'll deal with that. We have lots of other competitors around the world. They've got a huge amount of problems of their own: corruption, water, oil, energy, innovation, lack of transparency, corruption. Their neighbors, they're surrounded by Russia, India, Pakistan, the Koreas, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam. It's a tough part of the world. So America's in very good shape. So cooperation, strategigic, have a conversation. We're not going to have a decoupling, we'll have a restructuring. And to the extent that, national security, we don't have to buy Huawei. To the extent that they already don't allow certain things to take place there, we should work with our allies intelligently. America needs to lead in an enlightened way, not an arrogant way, and not like it's got to be our way all the time, right, but lead with our European allies or Japanese allies and tell the Chinese, here are the terms of trade that are fair around, subsidizing state enterprises, around, IP or what you can buy in terms of investment rights inside different countries, and it's achievable. And I'm hoping that President Biden, with his people, we know some of the folks who are quite good, that they start that strategic cooperation. They should be tough. They should be fair. The Chinese have a lot of their own serious problems. The Chinese GDP per person, and listen closely to this, is $10,000. Ours is something like 60. If they do a good job managing their economy, in 15 years, it'll be $20,000. Ours in 20 years or 25 years, if we do a bad job managing the economy, will be 120. Our demographics are good. I don't think we do a very good job managing the economy, by the way, because I think we've done a terrible job the last 20 years or so around the things I've already mentioned. But we're in good shape, and we've got innovation and growth. And I mentioned the FANG. I mean, look at what Silicon Valley creates. We've got the best financial system in the world, which is a huge benefit to America, by the way. Open, transparent. People can invest. The whole mosaic: venture capital, private equity, banks, non-banks. We're in pretty good shape, but we do need serious conversation. I agree. I wouldn't have done the tariffs. I do think that President Trump got them to the table in a way that they never quite took it as seriously before, and that business, backed him, because I think all of us, business and government, waited too long to do that. We should have, 10 years earlier started working with China. I remember when President Obama spoke to BRT and said, you guys complain to me privately about China, but whenever I talk to anyone else, you always tell me how great it is. And you're telling the Chinese government how great it is, because most of the companies are happy to be there. So business can help lead the conversation, so you have a level playing field, fair, it can enhance growth, and then deal with some of the very complex issues around data, privacy, et cetera.
How much confidence do you have, and I don't know, maybe you've talked to President-elect Biden already, that so many of these issues that we're talking about will get solved in the next 4 years?
My biggest frustration, Andrew, is that America, sometimes you should look inside. Our problems are not because immigration, China, trade, or stuff like that. They were because of our own inability. I'm talking about over 20 or 30 years. We can't get immigration done. That would improve. That would make it a happier country. Like DACA stays, more merit-based, a path to citizenship for the 12 million. Chuck Schumer and McCain had a bill. The Republicans, the Democrats want, we can't get it passed. That would grow the economy 0.3% a year. Infrastructure, we all know about it, 0.3% a year. Proper regulation, some of our regulations stifle, and forget big banks, they stifle the formation of small business. 50 million people don't have health care. We've got the best health care in the world, but it costs twice as much, 3 times as much as Singapore, by the way, and our outcomes aren't better. We have too much obesity. I've already spoken about the inner city schools, right, where we don't get the kids the skills they need to have a living wage anymore. Whereas if you go back 30 years, you didn't really have to, if you can read or write, you can get a living wage, and I go on and on and on about our own inabilities. You all know the criminal justice reform. I mean, it's outrageous the chances we don't give people who paid their price in society. And so I think we should focus inward. Do I have high hopes we're going to fix all that? No. What I've seen is that we just are not good at thoughtful long-term policy. I'm praying and hoping that we get better at it, and I'm hoping and I wish and I'll do anything I can to help President Biden or anyone who puts those jobs to do better for our country. It is the most important thing we do. America's leadership is predicated upon its economic strength. Its military strength is predicated on economic strength. And if we don't get it right, it will be bad for the world for the next 50 years. And so there is nothing more important that we kind of, in my view, focus our own problems, take a leadership role in the world.
Okay, final question for you, Jamie. I don't know if you remember this. Back in 2008, during the financial crisis, you told me the story, your daughter called you and said, "What's a financial crisis?"
Yeah.
And you said to her something that happens every 7 or 8 years. That was back in 2008. We didn't have a financial crisis, maybe until now. I don't know if you think this counts or not, given where we are. Does it?
Of course it does, because Andrew, what I've always pointed out, like the silliness of like people preparing. I mean, like even I always say like a C-car. It's like that's one little thing, but the problems that get created are not the ones you figured out, like mortgages in the past, or COVID this time, or World War. Henry Kissinger would talk about World War I. No one anticipated what would happen that would create a World War I, which is a war that actually no one wanted. So problems are never the ones you see. They're always out there. They're going to come different in a different way. And the best protection is resiliency for the banking system. It's capital, liquidity. Like I say, it's capital, it's liquidity, it's profitability, it's diversification. And a lot of those things don't get counted at all in some of the regulations. And for that resiliency is true for America. Like some of us, a lot of companies didn't have resilient supply lines, which they discovered because of COVID, where they should have 2 or 3 vendors as opposed to one. And so, but it's an enormously resilient country. But the stronger we make our institutions, the stronger government is, the stronger the financial system is, the more resilient you are to deal with what will be unexpected, unexplained, and unpredictable type of things in the future. And they will happen again.
Jamie Dimon, everybody, thank you for the conversation. Thank you all for the questions and joining us this morning. Jamie, thank you again. Look forward to seeing you in person.
I can't wait to see you all, and say hi to Becky and Joe for me.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you to our premier sponsor, Accenture, and our associate sponsors, U.S. Bank and RBC Capital Markets.
We are joined with Senator Elizabeth Warren, and we couldn't be more thrilled to have her try to unpack what has gone on over these past couple of weeks and, frankly, where this country is headed over the next several years. Senator, thank you so very, very much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. We're going to have fun.
Let's have fun. I have so many questions, selfishly curious to understand how you think about it. But the thing that I think we're all trying to make sense of right now is the message that you think the outcome of this election really means. And what I mean by that is the Democrats have won the White House, but have lost 10 seats in the House, and we will see what happens in the Senate. And I'm trying to understand whether we think that this is an endorsement or a repudiation of the more progressive values that I know you've argued for, or if it's something about centrism. What is it? What's your take on what this means?
So look, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by more than 5 million votes. It was record turnout, and they won by running on the most progressive agenda that a general election candidate has ever run on in the United States of America. And it wasn't just what happened with Joe and Kamala. Florida said, we're tired of waiting for the federal government, and they went for $15 an hour minimum wage. Arizona said, we're going to tax rich people more so that we can invest in public education. Colorado said, we've had it. We're going to go ahead and do paid family and medical leave for everybody in the state. That is remarkable. Think about what that means. So I see it as a time when Americans are saying we need to make changes in this country, and we need to make the kinds of changes that increase opportunity, that touch people's lives. So for me, it means it is a mandate to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to do the things we can do, to cancel student loan debt for tens of millions of Americans. Single biggest stimulus we could add to the economy. Put an investment in childcare because we can do it. Raise the minimum wage for everybody who works for a federal contractor to $15 an hour. Get the pandemic and the economy under control. So I think they've got a pretty clear agenda in front of them. It is huge, but a lot of tools in their toolbox and a lot that they can do. So get out there and do as much good as you can.
Okay,
That's my view.
I want to dig into all those things, but I do want to just ask you about one comment, because it does get at this issue of how much of a mandate there really is in this regard. This is a comment made reportedly by Congressman Abigail Spanberger of Virginia. You may have read this before. She said, "We lost races we shouldn't have lost. Defund the police almost cost me my race because of an attack ad. Don't say socialism ever again. We need to get back to basics." What do you make of that?
I'm not going to attack people's campaign tactics, but we need to make clear what we stand for as Democrats, and we need to be willing to get out there and argue for it. And for me, let's talk about one of the clearest parts of it, and that is our economic agenda, which is wildly popular across this country. Nobody lost any election over let's cancel student loan debt. Let's expand Social Security. Let's expand universal child care and universal pre-K. Let's make sure that everybody has access to affordable health care. Those are the things that Americans care about right there in their lives. And I'll tell you something else they care about. They don't want an economy, they don't want a government that is run by a bunch of lobbyists, a bunch of insiders, and just a bunch of corporate folks.
Well, let me ask you specifically about the Biden tax plan, because we are still in the midst of the pandemic, and there is a debate about whether we should be raising taxes during a pandemic at a time when there's still conversations ongoing about the need for stimulus. We can talk about student debt as well as a form of stimulus. But where do you land on raising taxes at this moment?
Look, Joe Biden has said, President-elect Biden has said that he will not raise taxes on those making less than $400,000 a year. And I think that makes sense. I want us to make investments. Investments are stimulus spending. Look, pick universal child care. Here's one. We need to make a huge investment, and look what it would do for the economy. It would let mamas and daddies finish their education, let them go back to work, people who are otherwise locked at home. What else would it do? It would keep a lot of little businesses up and going. Oh, and here's the third part. If we make part of that improving wages for every child care worker, then we're going to lift the salaries of tens of millions of people, mostly women of color. You know, that's the kind of thing we need to be doing. Now, the Republicans want to cry austerity, but let's be clear. They gave buckets of money to billionaires. What we need to do is we need to be saying, nope, we're going to have more progressive taxation, and we're going to invest in making this economy work for everyone. We need to do that in a pandemic. We need to do it all the time.
I want to get to some of those issues, but personal question. Do you want to be part of this administration?
So look, I'm not going to comment either on myself or the specifics about anybody else on the cabinet. What I am going to say, and I'm always glad to say, personnel is policy. And I think it is really important that we have people in this administration who understand the magnitude of the health crisis that we face, who understand the magnitude of the economic crisis that is right behind that health crisis, and who have a real ambition for making the federal government work for people, making it meet the moment. That's what I want to see us do.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. You've been, you know, people talk about whether you could be up for being the Treasury Secretary. If you were the Treasury Secretary, what's the first thing you would do?
You know, right now, we've got to get this pandemic under control. The economy cannot reopen in any meaningful way until we actually have a plan to deal with the pandemic. And letting people die, which is what Donald Trump is doing, is not a plan. Hoping that there are folks out there who will find access to personal protective equipment and have adequate testing is not a plan. I am so glad to see President-elect Biden focused immediately on the pandemic. And look at the people he put in charge: doctors, healthcare professionals, people who are public health experts, people who will come in and say, look, this is what it's going to take to get this thing under control. And that's what we got to do. We get it under control and try to support as many people while we're doing that. That's why we need a stimulus package right now out of the Congress. And then we talk about what it's going to take to rebuild this economy. You know, I'm really worried, and this K-shaped recovery, we run a real risk right now that the next 4 years, because of the pandemic, could take inequality that was already on a disastrous path for our nation and make it far worse. We're going to have to take steps in the opposite direction to make sure that we have an economy that works for everyone. That has to be at the heart of everything that happens in this next administration.
How concerned are you right now about this transition process? And maybe I should just ask it to you directly. Are you worried about a coup?
I am very worried about the transition process. And at different points, Donald Trump threatens in different ways. But here's what really has me worried. Where are the rest of the Republicans? Okay, we have all just kind of baked into our assumptions that Donald Trump is going to put no one's interests front and center except his own. But the Republicans who aren't calling him out, that is dangerous. And this is not a game. People around the world, people who would do us harm, are watching what's happening. They're watching the delay in the transition. The pandemic is raging out of control. We have nearly 1 million new cases in a week. And Trump is all about Trump, and he is being enabled by the Republicans in the House and the Senate, and that is outrageous, and it is dangerous.
When you talk to your peers, Republican peers, and I imagine you have this conversation with them, maybe over the telephone, maybe not, what do they tell you? What do they say to you privately?
Nobody wants to talk about it. I mean, this is one of the things that's amazing about this. It really is a kind of hear no evil, see no evil. No, I didn't pay attention. They just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. And it's a way, in my view, just to evade taking any responsibility for it. This is a moment when every Republican in the United States Senate needs to stand up and say, we're done. This election was called. Joe Biden won. He won by more than 5 million votes. And there's been an effort after effort after effort to delegitimize this election. We are not going to be a party to that. It is wrong. They've gone to court over and over and been knocked around and thrown out because they've got no evidence here. Nothing about widespread fraud, and yet they keep trying to do it. And for the Republicans, people are supposed to be leaders in this nation, not to stand up and put democracy, put our nation ahead of Donald Trump, is dangerous to all of us. And truly, they should be ashamed for this.
So let me ask you a question. This maybe goes back to our first question about where the country is. There are clearly a lot of Trump supporters in this country who are willing to support many of those Republicans who are not speaking out, in large part because they feel that they have the political will of at least some group of people that may act as their base. And my question to you is what that means for democracy, but also what it means for Democrats and your ability to get across the finish line, if you will, some, if not many, of the policy proposals that you want to enact.
Listen to what you just said. And I think you very well describe it, but listen to it. What you're saying is they have found that it is politically convenient not to speak up. That's not what public service is about. That's not what leadership is about. There comes a time when there is a sufficient threat to your nation, when the matter is urgent enough that whatever the politics, it's time to speak up. And that is the case in a transition. A peaceful transition is the heart of democracy. It is how the pieces work. It's how we go year by year and how we say, in a democracy, it is the election that matters. So on this one, I don't relieve them of any responsibility by saying it works out politically for them. But what it does tell me is that to get things done going forward, it's going to, in my view, take two things. One is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris need to use all of the tools, and I mean all of the tools, of their administration. The tools of executive order, but also the tools of the agencies. That's part one, because the American people want them to get things done. But the second is it means that now that the election's over, people can't just go home. We don't live in a world where we can now say, I voted, I'm done, I'm quitting. It's that people are going to have to stay engaged to hold government accountable. And that means holding Joe Biden accountable, and it means holding these Republicans accountable. I believe if people stay engaged,
Right.
then we are here in Washington more inclined to do the people's business.
I know we only have 2 more minutes, so I'm going to go rapid fire with you, if I could. During your campaign, you said that you would investigate President Trump after he left office, potentially prosecute him. Would you still potentially in this instance?
Look, my view is we are a rule of law nation, and that means we need to hold people accountable when they break the law.
Irrespective. Okay. Education. If we fix student debt, current student debt, what do we do about the long-term cost of education? Because higher ed, as you know, is through the roof, and getting rid of the debt unto itself, while it'll help a lot of people, is not necessarily going to help the problem which we'll have in 10 and 20 years again if it continues this way.
You're exactly right. We need to do both parts together, and that is cancel out the student loan debt overhang, which President-elect Biden can do all by himself. And we need collectively to make an investment in our public colleges, universities, and technical schools so that people, our historically Black colleges and universities, so that people can get an education without going into debt. I just want to remind everybody, I went to what was then a commuter college, cost $50 a semester down in Texas, got my 4-year diploma, and became a special education teacher. Why did that happen? Because America used to invest in the education of our kids, not just rich kids, not just kids born into well-to-do families, and not just kids who were willing to take on $1 zillion in debt. It was invest in all our kids, and I think that's what we ought to do for our babies and for our kids post-high school.
Okay, three other quick ones. You've long talked about how you think that people in industry, especially the lobbyist community, should not be part of the administration. My question to you is, in terms of expertise, though, do you believe that anybody from Wall Street or big business should be allowed to be in the administration?
Look, remember, I hired people whose background was from Wall Street when I set up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The question is, what does your overall team look like? It is important to have a team that brings a lot of different perspectives. I think that's really critical.
Okay, we had some great news about the vaccine, as you know, from Moderna and Pfizer. You have been very critical. In fact, I believe you called for his resignation, talking about this issue of lobbyists and industry folks, of Moncel Slaoui. He is a former pharma exec who runs Operation Warp Speed. Now that they are getting more kudos, do you have a different view?
So look, think how you introduced him just now. Not just a former executive, he is a current major investor. He has money. And anyone who has money on the line in the outcome of something that has a government investment and is determining where that government investment is going to go, that is a conflict of interest. He has a conflict of interest, and that means he should not be simultaneously representing the taxpayers of the United States of America and his own personal wealth, period.
Okay, and final question, and it's a personal one. You ran for president. I want to know personally, what was the biggest lesson for yourself in the experience? What do you think you learned from it? Is there something that you've taken away and that you learned either about yourself or the experience?
You know, probably that millions of people across this country are willing to sacrifice, are willing to work hard to try to build an America that doesn't just work for themselves, but that works better for everyone. I did town halls, just zillions of them, and afterwards always did selfie lines. And the number of people who would ask questions, who would show up, who would talk in a town hall in a selfie line about the things they wanted to see just to make our country work better. People who were in their 60s, who just wanted to see us make an investment in childcare so that mamas and daddies could go to work. People who were in their 20s who actually wanted to see us make an investment to expand Social Security and disability payments. I think Americans are fundamentally good and generous people, and we want to make this country work for everyone. it really was a wonderful experience.
Senator Warren, we very much appreciate you being with us today. Thank you so very much. I hope it's nice to see you virtually. I hope next time we get to do it in person.
Me too. Thank you for having me.
You bet.
U.S. Bank is excited to present The Architect, a conversation with Ruth Porat, Senior Vice President and CFO of Alphabet and Google. And we're eager to hear what everyone has to say. Because while we're invested in creating lasting change to close the gap for future generations of women, we're also here to learn with you. From advocating for young girls in STEM, to making a culture that supports working mothers, to advancing women in all levels of leadership, we're making change. But we know there are still more ideas yet to be discovered. And with a little more listening, we believe we can find them.
Welcome back to DealBook, everybody. Thanks for joining us once again as our day rolls on with another very special speaker. Ruth Porat is with us, and we are thrilled to have her with us. She, of course, is the CFO of Alphabet. I like to call her the architect of the current structure of that company, a one-time Wall Streeter who joined, I should say, Morgan Stanley back in 1987, right before Black Monday. She is somebody I have known since I think, Ruth, I've known you since I was 3 years old. So it's nice to see you again, though we've seen each other happily many times in between all of that. But there's so much to talk about this moment that we're living in right now, about what's happening in Silicon Valley. You're overseeing all of the things that are happening during COVID. Of course, there's big policy implications when it comes to competition and everything else. And then I want to talk a little bit about your own personal story, if we could, as well. So. But here's where I want to start, because I think we're all COVID crazy and trying to understand how to manage and operate in this time. You made a decision very early on in the pandemic to go virtual, really before virtually every other company in this country. And not only to go virtual, but also to go virtual for a very lengthy period of time before people were even thinking necessarily to do that. Just take us back to the beginning of this and the conversations that you were having and the decisions that you were trying to make.
Well, first, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me. You've come a long way since you were 3. It's great to be here. So in terms of the decision on work from home, we did move quickly to move people to home. We were moving people out in Asia in February. First office in the States was in March. We were out of the US and Europe by the end of March. And there were a couple of elements of it, which really I was drawing upon the experiences from the 2008 crisis. And that sort of guided the execution path and then some of the decisions. And one of the key elements is you have to have a strong governance, command and control structure around crisis risk management, so you keep the team all together and moving in one direction. The other is that you're dealing with ambiguity, and as facts change, you can change, but you've got to keep moving forward. The other critical element, you'll remember this from all the 2008 conversations, is in a crisis, you're dealing with least worst. It's a least worst choice. And for Google, that was a new muscle, because Google really had sort of the best options for so much of its life. And so now we're moving into what's the least worst option, and the phrase good is good enough. And a critical element of all of this to keep us all moving forward productively as well as possible in a obviously unprecedented, painful period was over communicate. And we were going around the clock. We had our internal site go/coronavirus with FAQs constantly up. So people felt that we were there, really caring immensely for every element of Googlers. And what I'm most proud of is we had this incredible surge in online activity at this time. At one point early on in the crisis, the search queries was was 4 times higher than during the Super Bowl. And when you looked at what was going on with everybody moving online to be with video conference, our Google Meet product, it was up 30 times and continued to grow. And we were able to support all that while in this remote environment. And then we made the decision to extend voluntary work from home through June 2021, because we were really looking at this sort of piecemeal approach, and you can't plan your life and get sort of a cadence that works when it's just incremental. So we stepped back and said, as people are trying to figure out where do they want to be, how are they going to make this work? It looks like it could extend. We said there's a wellness element to just extend the duration out and say it's voluntary work from home through that period. I'm glad we made the decision. I think it's worked really well. It's helped put a bit more structure into people's thinking about what this journey
Okay,
will
so
be.
now here's the hard question then. Are you changing the June 2021 date? We had Anthony Fauci, Dr. Fauci with us yesterday. We had Albert Bourla from Pfizer. There is a likelihood, or we hope, that there will be vaccines starting to be available for the mass public at scale. Call it April, call it May. You have to take a booster, so there's going to be a 3 or 4 week period after that. What do you think is realistic for people really coming back to work?
So we haven't changed the June 2021 date. And as I said, it's voluntary work from home through that period of time. From all of the internal pulse surveys and other work we've done, there's a range of what people are hoping for in this new normal. And our expectation on return to office, which is frankly substantially more complicated than moving everyone to home, is that we'll end up in a hybrid work environment, some in the office, some at home. We firmly believe, and we've said this repeatedly, we believe that innovation benefits from people coming together. It's about collaboration, it's about serendipity, and it's collaboration not just within your team, but across teams. So we do look forward to getting people back in the office. That being said, working from home is working, and there's a productivity lift not needing to come into the office. And so we're going to continue to experiment with what is that mix, what is the space internally. One thing we assume, or let's say we know, is that if we're bringing people into the office because it's about collaboration, we want our space to be increasingly about these flexible collaborative spaces. We want to retain the quirky fun feel that Google has always been known for, but we're also looking at technology, and our technology, Google Workspace, G Suite, has always been about collaborative tools, which is very much about this hybrid environment. We're continuing to look at what else we can do. And so we will experiment. Some people likely will be coming back well before that June 2021 date, but it's voluntary work from home through that period of time. And we have not looked to change that date. And then we will sort of grow into people coming back to the office.
You said it's harder to bring them back than to go work from home to begin with. Tell us about what that looks like in your mind. I mean, and Google does have a particularly unique office space structure, often very open plan. What are you working on right now?
Well, so if Workspace has been about collaboration, serendipity, quirky, it's fun, we want to keep that. And as I said, what we're looking at is there will be places where people can go just because they need private space alone. But the most important is to rethink what's the footprint of our space so that we really enable more of this flexible collaborative workspace coming together, whether it's in groups of 4 or 8 or 12 in a socially distanced way, as long as one needs to be doing it that way. And so it's this flexible model. We're looking at our floor plates with that in mind. And we're really excited. In New York, we just had a big landmark day yesterday. We're continuing to build out our campus in New York, but looking at our space as this collaborative magnet. And then, as I said, we're thinking about how we layer in technology and tools so that you can live in this hybrid world. And a lot of it is about collaborative docs. Right. We will continue to experiment. I think it's hard to say today that we know exactly what it will be, but we're looking at a lot of different formats.
Okay, as somebody who thinks about budgets a lot, because I know you think about budgets, how do you think about work travel budgets for Alphabet over the next 2 years? We had Bill Gates with us yesterday who made the prediction. He thinks that business travel is going to be off by 50%, potentially for a very, very long time, if not ever.
So the work travel budget as part of the Google budget has never really been one of the biggest parts of our budget. You're absolutely right. I do look at budgets a lot. But I think the more relevant thing as we're going through planning, as in prior years, is there's a lot going on in the world, and we want to make sure that we're investing aggressively where we need to make sure that we're continuing to deliver on sort of what's the long-term opportunity. And as I've talked about in the past, that requires us to be pretty clinical about what's the stack rank of what we're doing so that we can really make sure that we're focusing where we need to, prioritizing resources where we need to, and trying to self-fund as much as those next growth leg as possible.
You mentioned productivity and the idea that potentially some employees are more productive. You have lots of you have more data than just about anybody. How productive do you think employees really are these days?
So at Google, we've been doing a whole host of things to try and understand what's going on with productivity. We do a lot of what we call pulse surveys, going in to try and understand what's important to Googlers. How are they self-assessing productivity? We marry that with data as well about kind of what's going on in coding. How are they feeling about what's going on in coding? And what we saw in the early days of COVID is there was a bit of a productivity dip, in particular at the more junior levels. And that said to us, what we really needed also to do is double down on what coaching do our senior leaders need to help their more junior people along, and had a real surge in what's called G to G, Googler to Googler training about leadership. And so as we've gone through this with these pulse surveys, we think we're pretty much back to the pre-COVID levels. One of the things we're very concerned about is what are the wellness measures? If you're happier, you're more productive. So we're focused very much on that as well. What is it about the work experience we can do that helps deal with some of the stress of being in a pandemic?
What do you think about the culture of work from home? Meaning, Google has always had a very unique culture, very open culture, lots of debate happening on your campus, person to person, but also online. What's that looked like during this period?
It's a really great question. It goes back to my first point about crisis management. And one of the most important things in crisis management is communication. So for that reason and more, we have continued to evolve. How are we checking in on employees? How are we staying connected? And so we still are doing our all company meetings. They're being done virtually, but we've meaningfully supplemented with product area meetings, functional meetings. The frequency of what we're doing has really picked up. And so you marry that with these pulse surveys, I feel that we're more closely connected now, and the feedback is actually feels like we've been on this long journey at Google, and we're in a really good spot where Googler sentiment is strong. People understand we're trying to make sure we're protecting health and safety as well as everything we're delivering for users.
But what about just the interaction on the chat forums and the like? And the reason I say you were one of the first companies that dealt with the rise of the employee, the outspoken employee. And I know even last year you put together policies internally to try to tamp down, frankly, some of the political rhetoric that was going on internally. But how has that transformed itself during this period? Because when people aren't together, you look at a lot of social media platforms today, when people either don't have that personal connection, people are willing to say things online that they may not be willing to say to each other in a person-to-person world.
It's an interesting question. I think we started this journey of sort of more frequent check-ins, more at the local level. We actually find that as you evolve as a company, marrying the local level with the full company level really helps address a lot of what you're talking about, and working closely with ERGs, the employee resource group, so you get a really important pulse of what are the issues that are relevant for various communities. One of the things that I think is so important is we very much continue to believe voice of Googlers, and hearing the voice of Googlers and hearing it early is going to enable us to actually take whatever action is needed. And I'm really struck by the importance of voice of employee and making sure you have tools and systems to get it. Because I firmly believe, you and I've talked about this in the past, if banking had had voice of employees early on in the financial crisis, pre-financial crisis, I think that the financial crisis could have been very different. I think that somebody should have spoken up about some of these over-architected trades buried in fixed income. And there were no vehicles to unleash those voices. So you start from that premise, which is voice of employee is important. Then what's the vehicle for getting it? And these touch points are sort of both valuable information and, to your point, release valves. So as long as there's a frequency of communication, I think you stay on top of what are the issues. And so we've been on a journey. I think we're in a good spot.
But one of the challenges, and this year you're seeing the voice of the employees across the country, and by the way, CEOs engaging in both political conversations and more on social topics than they ever did before. And somebody said to me that the org chart has been inverted, meaning that the employees are now the bosses. That you can get to a point where so much power has basically been given to the employee. They've been empowered, and that may be a very good thing in some respects, but from the ability to necessarily make certain decisions for the business, it gets more complicated.
I think there's a lot in your question. I might come at it slightly differently. I thought your piece last week about stakeholders was really an important one. And the question, was that just something that happened, and thinking more broadly about stakeholders, right, is that just something that is the last couple of years, or should it endure? And at Google, since inception, we've actually had a broad definition of stakeholders, and that will remain unchanged. We have, when I talk about Google, Google speaks up in response. Hey, Google, stop.
Love that. I love that.
Get a device. They work well. I can get any question answered. So if I can't answer one of your questions, I will ask. But the point of what I was saying is that we have a broad definition of stakeholders, and always have. And it kind of goes to the mission, or not kind of, it does go to the mission, organize the world's information, make it universally accessible and useful. And so it starts with the users. I mean, there's been a joke at Google in the early days that URL stood for users first, revenue later. And so the view is start with the users, and that becomes a magnet for talent for your employees. We have 3 million applicants every year, and then we focus on community as well. That's a virtuous cycle which delivers strong financial returns. That I do not believe changes. So I think that this notion that we need to be responsive to community is very much part of what we do. And there have been more issues in the past couple of years that we've dealt with, whether it's affordable housing or racial equity or climate change. That is not changing, but I wouldn't suggest that that's not something that the leadership team is looking to drive as well, with input from our teams more broadly.
Did you see, by the way, this is just making me think of it now, Brian Armstrong is the CEO of a company called Coinbase, and he put out a memo now, probably 2 months ago. Effectively, it was an internal memo saying that he didn't want his employees to get engaged in social issues, that was something that he thought should be to the side, that's their own private business, but that the business should be the business of business. It shouldn't be these social issues. And what do you make of that?
So I think that if you speak on every issue as a company and use the company platform to speak on every issue, it's sort of, you dilute voice and relevance. What we're looking at is what are things that we frankly have a moral responsibility to speak up on and take action on, because it's core to what we do. And so as an example, our work around climate change, given the global network of data centers, we use a lot of energy. Our view is, it's as responsible citizens on this planet since inception, we need to focus on climate change. We need to speak up on it. We need to take the actions that we have taken. We've been really forward-leaning, I think leading in this area. And so it would be inappropriate not to. There are areas like immigration, where if you look at our senior leadership team, the ranks of our team, and what's made this country great is to have extraordinary diverse talent. We should speak up on these issues. So I think that it's part of, again, what's the broad set of stakeholders that we have, and we do have a responsibility.
As a former Wall Streeter, you might want to weigh in. Jamie Dimon was with us just this morning, and he said that the only way to make the climate issue stick is to have a carbon tax. He said you have to have one, and you have to do it and make it cheap. You agree?
I would agree, but I think it's not the only thing. So at Google, we set a goal early on to become carbon neutral, and we hit that in 2007. And then we said, you know what, let's match 100% of our energy consumption with renewables. We did that in 2017. So this year, we took on what we think is the most audacious goal that we've had on climate change. We said by 2030, we want 100% of our data centers and campuses to be running on renewable energy. And what that requires is that we actually catalyze development of the renewable grid. That means we never actually emit more carbon. It's like stop it before it even starts. And so for us, we thought that was an audacious goal we wanted to set for ourselves. We also hope others will do the same. And so I think that this is such a critical issue. Hank Paulson has said not dealing with climate change is radical risk taking. I think he is absolutely right. I think Jamie's right. I don't think there's one solution. I think we need to look at it in every way possible. The other goal we set is that by 2030, 1 billion people on the planet will be able to make better decisions for themselves as a result of our products. Things like when you go book a flight, what's the carbon footprint from that flight?
Right.
And so each company needs to come up with and working with policymakers, working with one another, what can you do to make a meaningful difference on climate change? So I agree with Jamie, but I'd like to double down and say we have to do more.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about policy before we get to your story and your personal story, because I think it's a fascinating one. As you know, Google is in the headlines. I should say Alphabet is in the headlines because the Department of Justice has brought this case against the company. I know you're limited in what you can say about the case unto itself, but I'm curious from a societal policy perspective how you think society should think about size and scale. This is an issue that's not just in the United States, but by the way, regulators are now for the first time looking at it in China, which is fascinating in large part because tech companies in the US often used to say, we need to have this size and scale because look at those guys over there, we're gonna have to compete with them.
Well, the heart of your question, we've repeatedly underscored that we think people come to Google search because they want to, not because they have to. And I think if you look at the history of the company, I remember I was a tech banker back in 1998 when we all started to first learn about Google. And one of the questions was, why do you need another search engine? I think it was the 8th search engine. It's like, why? And the reason Google rose to the position it has is because it's a better product. It was faster and more relevant searches. And we've continued to focus on the users, I've already said, to continue to innovate. So for example, on our most recent earnings call, Sundar talked about 2 most recent innovations in search, both machine learning based. One is called BERT, where it provides better context around queries in natural language. So for example, if you were to search, can I pick up prescriptions for someone at fill in the blank, your local pharmacy? Historically, the results may have anchored on your local pharmacy, what are the hours, where is it, et cetera. Whereas the context is important. What you're really looking for is, can you pick up prescriptions for someone else? And so machine learning is helping us deliver better, more relevant responses building in context. The other one is kind of the quirky Google. One of the most popular things that we recently announced is this hum a song and Google will tell you what the song is. And so there's still the quirky and the deep science that delivers better experiences. So long way of getting to your question, but we keep innovating and investing in machine learning and solutions to create a better problem.
Genuine question, and I asked this out of genuine curiosity. How hard do you think it would be today to create a search competitor with as meaningful an index as Google? What kind of capital would it require? I mean, is it even possible? And do you think that it's so hard and costs so much money, and because not only is the product great, you also have arrangements with other companies that make it the default, that companies that might think we should try this say it's crazy to even begin?
Well, I think the fact that we're sitting here on Zoom, which a couple of years ago, Zoom was not a verb. There were no Zoom cocktail parties. Innovation is everywhere, and you come up with a great product and you're focused on users, you're going to break through. And so I'm a firm believer that there's innovation, you see it around the globe, and it is about creating a better product. And so one of the things that's exciting about this move to the cloud, us and others, is that infrastructure spend, you actually can leverage what others have done. So when you think of all the early stage tech companies, they're benefiting from the CapEx that we've made over many years, and others, obviously. And so that backbone is provides the ability. You need the great idea, the great engineers, but you can leverage existing infrastructure.
We're going to have Tim Sweeney on in just a bit. He runs Epic Games. As you know, Fortnite is gone really to battle with Apple, to some degree with you as well. How do you think about marketplaces for developers and what that relationship should look like?
So I think that in every area we're in, having a healthy ecosystem is an important part of the whole thing working, and we're very focused on how we support developers, whether it's through security or reach or other elements of it. So yeah, the ecosystem continues to be an important one that we respect greatly. Okay,
personal story and personal question. Tell us the difference for you between working on Wall Street, where you spent most of your career, and working in Silicon Valley? What's the biggest takeaway?
Both were intellectually curious, but I think the sheer breadth of what we cover at Alphabet is extraordinary. And there's this mission that is truly deeply held about how can we deliver services that are better for users? What can we do to delight? What can we do to make a difference? And I feel that it's sort of like silly putting on your brain. You're pulled in so many different directions because of the excitement about what more can be done with machine learning to make a difference in the world on these platforms. I talked about climate change. We're looking at what can we do on our platforms that is helpful to people as they're wrestling with what can they do to make a difference. The opportunity to address issues like this is quite invigorating.
So when you think of Wall Street today, today's Wall Street, versus the Wall Street that you lived in before, do you have different views with a perspective about it that you didn't have, you think, at the time?
You know, I became CFO at Morgan Stanley coming out of the crisis. It was 2010, so I'd been advising, as you know, the Fed and Treasury in the crisis. Those were challenging days to get Morgan Stanley back to where it had been in better days. And I think what James Gorman and the leadership team has done there has been extraordinary, continuing to evolve the model. I haven't thought much more about being back on Wall Street since then. I'm enjoying what I'm doing.
What do you think about being a senior woman in Silicon Valley? And just, I mean, we've been talking about the issue of gender and gender equity for such a long time. It seems to be a never-ending story. And it's a journey that clearly, arguably, isn't going fast enough. But what do you see happening in the Valley? And again, not to compare it to Wall Street, but in some ways, it's a very similar story.
It is a similar story, and I completely agree. It's taking far too long to make advances. I think that one of the big differences from those early days when I was at Morgan Stanley, which I frankly thought was the best of the best on these issues, but big difference is people are talking about it. There's something called allies, and whether it's for women or other underrepresented groups, the notion that actually it's not just the right thing to do, but you're going to make stronger, sharper business decisions if you have diverse views. And so there's more of an embrace. And I think that having women in leadership positions or other underrepresented groups is one part of really showing people the direction, junior people, the direction of travel and what can be done. But the most important thing is then to put process and systems around it. So whether it's things like pay equity or what do you do on recruiting and on down the line. If you don't have policies and programs, the words are nice, but you got to put money behind what you're doing.
Let me ask you, though, the critique, though, is, and Google has been at the forefront of being transparent about these numbers, but as you look at some of the numbers, you know, I think there's, frankly, disappointment about how fast, to your point, things have moved. Do you think that a sea change is upon us? Is there an expectations management issue? People talk about a pipeline, then you say pipeline, then people say, well, that's just an excuse. What do you think's going on?
I definitely think there's a greater level of impatience in Silicon Valley, because if you can make the kinds of transformative changes through technology that we have, why can't we do it on this issue that we hold so dear to us? And I think the problem is we're dealing with a societal issue, and people take time to change, and that is not acceptable, and that is not an excuse. So we are trying to break through it in every way we can, whether it's unconscious bias or some of these programs that I talked about, allyship, whatever it happens to be. But yes, it is a personal responsibility. It's moving too slowly.
We've got a handful of people, more than a handful, actually, a lot of people who have various questions, and I'm just looking at a couple of good ones, and I want to bring them to you. I also wanted to do something, and I was planning to do this earlier, because we've been running polls with this group, and they're fascinating. Given the conversation we were having about work from home, I wanted to ask the following and see how everybody responds. How important does everybody think it is that knowledge workers be on site together? I think this is such a critical question right now, and I'm very curious. We'll do it almost in real time, and we'll try to get the answers back. Maybe as everybody answers, I'll ask a couple more questions of Ruth. Ruth, Cahill Bird writes in, if you were to give a grade to the tech giants during this election season, Alphabet, Facebook, Twitter, whatnot, what kind of grade do you think you'd give? And describe a bit about what Google did and YouTube did to prepare and what you learned around this election.
So, a grade. Let me punt on the grade for a minute. What did we do and what did we learn? You know, I am proud of what we've done in this election. We've hired thousands upon thousands of people who focus on content, and we supplement that with machine learning. And the focus has been very much on ensuring that we're anchored in authoritative data, and checking authoritative data and being, you know, as objective as possible on all elements. So I feel that the team has, you know, been around the clock trying to ensure that we're fairly objectively applying all steps needed to ensure that we're getting people objective, authoritative information. And it's, you know, it's a relentless effort. And so, I feel very proud of the work that we've done. And that needs to continue to be the you know, driving mission for all, which right. is, we're not trusted in you know, and if we don't share that transparency around what is the objective data, how are you anchoring it? And that's been the most important guiding principle.
We've got a lot of questions about this DOJ case, but I'll ask the one that actually I think speaks to this. What would happen to the company if it was broken up? Meaning, how successful or unsuccessful do you think, how important are these component parts? If YouTube wasn't part of the Google search index, for example, what would happen?
Well, I'm going to go back to my answer before, which is we don't believe the merits of the case.
Right.
We're very much of the view that people come to us because of the quality of the product. And this notion, what's made companies great in this country for years is focus on delivering a great service for your users. Make sure you're doing the right things. Like, you know, that to us is the most important element. The other questions, therefore, don't become relevant.
Well, let me ask you this, because you've thought a lot about value in the marketplace. In fact, when you first came there and really reorged the company, I think some people thought it's possible that some of these units could ultimately be spun off as other publicly traded companies. That actually there might be a business case to do that. What do you think about just that prospect?
Well, I think that our model has obviously evolved over the last 5 years, and I assume will continue to evolve because we're in a really competitive world. You know, that step moving to create other bets as a separate entity was helpful to get greater focus on them. Bringing in external capital for Verily and Waymo, I think, has been very helpful to sort of the focus and path for those two. The most recent thing we announced is we're breaking out cloud as a separate segment. You know, we've got a multi-year journey. We're investing aggressively in that business, excited about what that can bring. So we'll continue to look at what are the best ways to ensure that we're, you know, executing right. at the pace we need to, and what that might mean to create value, long-term value.
Okay, as you were speaking, the group was polling. Do you want to guess in advance? I don't know the answer. We're going to find out together. 1 to 5 was the question. How important do you think for knowledge workers it is to be on site together? I'll ask you two ways. What do you think the answer should be, and what do you think the group thought? Price is Right rules without going over.
Okay, so I would say 4.5 is what I think, and 3 may be the answer. But there's a really important element that I didn't hit on in why we want people back, at least in this hybrid work environment. It's also about culture. Like, how do you train and nurture this next generation? Like, I so benefited from the apprenticeship model right. throughout my career, and I believe that continues. And so there's a knowledge element to it. There's a culture element to it. Maybe I would even call it a 5, but in this hybrid, the reason I said 4.5 is because I think it's hybrid. But okay. I'm interested.
I'm guessing, and I don't know, just to play the Price is Right rules, I'm going to go 2.8 just to see. Let's show everybody the results. Can we do that? There it is, 3.36. So you win. Ruth Porat.
Well, the point I would make is, does 3.36 mean that you only need to be in the office part of the time? you had a question that was either a binary one, in or out, or maybe it implies you don't need to be there 5 days a week, but maybe 3 days a week. So not sure how to analyze that data, but I think that mixture is
Always
what we're
questioning the data. We will do this poll again based on the Ruth Porat formula later in the day. Ruth, it's a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for doing
Great
this.
to be with you again. Thank
Appreciate
you so
it. And thank
much.
you all for your questions and participating in the poll. We'll see you in just a little bit with Tim Sweeney of Epic, and I promise it will be epic.
Life in the Metaverse is presented by Accenture.
With a bang, energy and change came to every part of our universe. Seismic or small, it continues.
Change is all around us. Shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Welcome back to DealBook this afternoon, where we have, dare I say, an epic conversation planned for you. We are joined right now by Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games, of course, the owner of Fortnite, which has changed the landscape, not just of gaming, but of society. And there is so much to talk to him about. Of course, he is in the middle of a battle royale with Apple. And so much more that's taken place during this COVID period, and I want to talk to him about all of it. So let us welcome Tim Sweeney to the conversation. Hi, Tim.
Hi, thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for joining us. There is so much to talk about and news to talk about today even, because Apple made a big announcement early this morning about the commissions it's charging in its App Store for small businesses, not necessarily for businesses of your size, but it is a central component and part of the conversation and debate which you've been having with Apple over these now several months about the commissions that Apple charges. And I want to start there with our conversation, if we could, just because I think we're all trying to understand what it means. So here's where I'd like to start the conversation, if I could. You made a very interesting decision to insert a piece of code. Apple would say surreptitiously insert a piece of code to effectively go around their commissioning of in-app purchases inside of Fortnite. Take us inside your mind when you did that, what you thought was going to happen.
You know, first of all, this is essentially an act of civil disobedience by Epic. You know, we got to a point where Apple's deal wasn't just a bad deal, but we felt that the way they monopolize distribution of apps on iOS and payments of in-apps on iOS was having the direct effect of preventing competition and raising prices for consumers. And so what we did with Fortnite was we instituted a 20% price drop for people who used Epic's new direct payment method on iOS. So that we could pass some of the savings along from avoiding the Apple tax to consumers. And we brought this live in violation of Apple's developer guidelines. For about 4 or 5 hours, this feature was live, and more than half of all Fortnite players purchased their V-Bucks and other digital items using Epic Direct Payment, going to all the effort of typing in a credit card just so they could get the savings, as opposed to using Apple Payment, which was already set up for them. And the goal is to really show to the world that Apple's monopoly and their terms are not just a matter of a distributor charging a commission. By excluding all competitors, they're inflating prices for consumers, and they're excluding choice and breaking the fundamental mechanisms that keep an economy in balance, which is competition, right? And this was our opening blow in the effort. There have been many since. But ultimately, we feel Apple's policies must change. Not only are they illegal, but they have a huge distorting effect on the digital economy and are unfair to consumers and developers alike.
Okay, so let's break all this down and let's have a debate about it, because I think there's lots of different issues embedded in what's happening here. First of all, with the suit itself, what were you expecting Apple to do? I mean, was your view that you were going to win this in the courts, or you were trying to win this in the court of public opinion? I ask that because obviously the second you did this, not only were you able to actually move some of your customers over to your business, you had an advertisement ready to go. There was a whole strategy behind it.
Sure. Well, there are two very separate efforts. First of all, we're litigating this in U.S. federal court and now in Australia, potentially with more international arguments to come later. And then separately from that, we're also conducting an awareness campaign to make everybody, the press and regulators and consumers and Fortnite players aware of what's happening and why. And that's the reason for the 1980 Fortnite video, where we parodied Apple's 1984 commercial to really raise awareness of what Apple was doing in demanding total control of all distribution of apps.
So here's a legal question. Do you think that your company is the best position to make this case? And the reason I ask this is typically when people make monopolistic or antitrust arguments, they define the market. They say, what is the market for this product? And uniquely and interestingly, in the gaming world, unlike actually some other software that perhaps only runs on mobile devices or lives much better in a mobile world, there's clearly lots of places that Fortnite and other epic games that either use the Unreal Engine or other things live, right? Xbox, PlayStation, you can go down the list. And so from a legal argument around just market, do you think you are the one that's going to be the winner?
Well, I think we're one of many legal contests that will be mounted against Apple and Google. And our hope is just that somebody wins. It might be us, it might be others, it might be federal regulators, it might be international regulators. But any outcome that leads to Apple and Google opening up their platforms to true competition in payments and stores is good with us. And we're aiming to do our part by mounting this major litigation and major public awareness campaign. But any outcome that solves this problem is good with us. And the best outcome by far would be Apple just changing its policies and Google just changing its policies and opening up on their own, so that all of these complaints and concerns just go away.
So, but here's the thing that I don't understand. I ask this as genuinely as I can, which is, you developed Fortnite, obviously on your own platforms or for these other platforms, and then decided at some point that you wanted to develop it for Apple. There were terms. The terms were clear, I think. I don't think they changed. I don't think they got worse. I don't think there's an argument around a fraudulent inducement, so to speak, the idea that somehow there were certain terms that you came in thinking you were under, and then somehow the commission went up. In fact, I think the commission has always been at 30%. It's either been at 30% or now it's coming down. And so when you look, and obviously you've had a lot of success as well being on that platform. So philosophically, how do you think about that?
Well, normally contracts are, honorable and binding agreements on parties. But when a contract goes outside of the bounds of the law, as Apple's doing, and has such a negative and pervasive impact on society, it's everybody's duty to fight. It's not just an option that somebody's lawyers might decide, but it's actually our duty to fight that. If we had adhered to all of Apple's terms and taken their 30% payment processing fees and passed the costs along to our customers, then that would be Epic colluding with Apple to restrain competition on iOS and to inflate prices for consumers. So going along with Apple's agreement is what is wrong. And that's why Epic mounted a challenge to this. And you can compare many, even to civil rights fights where there were actual laws in the books and the laws were wrong, and people disobeyed them. And it was not wrong to disobey them because to go along with them would be collusion to maintain the status quo.
Right. So what then is the fair answer? Is there a quote unquote fair price? You have a price in your app store. Would that be a fair price?
Well, what's fair is an open platform with competition. right? And if Apple wants to run a payment service and charge exorbitant rates, they have every right to do that. What Apple is doing that they do not have the right to do, they do not have the right to exclude other stores from competing with the iOS App Store. Apple doesn't do that on Mac, Windows doesn't do that, even Google doesn't require that everybody use the Android App Store as the sole means of buying software on Android. Apple alone, among major general computing platforms, forces people to use their store. And then as a term of using their store, you have to use their payment service, which charges a rate that's 10 times above market. MasterCard and Visa charge less than 3%. Apple charges 30%. And so they're forcing all of these uncompetitive services to be used. In a fair market, if Apple offered a 30% fee payment service, some developers might use it, most would not. And what we need is fair competition.
The argument that Apple would make is everybody has decided how they want to accept payments at different price mechanisms, meaning they would say 85% of the apps on the store are free. They service them for free. They provide that service for free. Developer software, you can use that for free. They don't charge for that. By the way, in fairness to them and to you, the Unreal Engine, I believe, you charge for the Unreal Engine. If you want to use the engine, you have a price. Apple's decided they're not going to take a cut of that, but the way that they've created the economics for themselves is to have this commission. So I'm just trying to figure out how you think about these things.
Companies sell products to consumers, and that's awesome. We sell our product to consumers and developers. Apple sells theirs. What's wrong here is the tying of different products and forcing, more than a billion consumers who've bought an iPhone to use only the Apple Store. Apple doesn't tell consumers when they buy an iPhone. Consumers don't sign a contract agreeing to only use Apple's Store. Consumers have no voice in this whatsoever. They purely force, through technical measures, that other stores cannot exist on their platform, right? And you can compare it to lots of different business models. Epic sells our engine to people, but there's a vibrant and competitive engine market. And most importantly, engines are not tied to other platforms, products, or services. You can use Unreal Engine or you can use Unity Engine. If you use it, you can support dozens of platforms that both engines support, and you can move freely between them, and you can choose to adopt other services. You can use your own payment processing service. You can use your own social and friend system. None of these traditional businesses force customers, as a term of accepting one product, to use a whole suite of other products that are priced diseconomically.
But what about the argument, and we can put it in this context, Fortnite you talk about Fortnite as a platform. I believe the Fortnite platform right now is not open. There's not a competitive marketplace where others can effectively develop on top of the platform, can create their own in-app purchases right now, unless you want to make some news today.
Well, we're evolving in that direction. Fortnite started out as just Epic's Battle Royale mode, and now there's Fortnite Creative, where tens of millions of creators are sharing their content with their friends and with the general public. And there's a little bit of a business model there, but it's in the very early stages of development.
But could you ever imagine offering people, just whoever wants to sell on top of it and to give you nothing for it?
Yeah, absolutely. And for example, the Epic Game Store, we operate a game store on PC that's done hundreds of millions of dollars of transactions with customers selling third-party games. So we have a lot of experience with the costs and operating realities of this. And we do not require, as a term of using our store, to use Epic's payment service for in-app purchases. You can use our payment service and we'll charge you a 12% fee to Epic. That's our commission rate. Or you can use your own payment service and keep all of the revenue. And I think that's the way that stores should operate. They're a bundle of services and each one is free to compete with each other. And we're happy to operate this store and to provide this service to developers, even if we don't receive money from it, because having customers regularly visit our store to obtain the software is incredibly valuable to us. But companies pay many dollars per user to acquire users to their store. How
important, though, do you think it is for you, for example, on your own game of Fortnite, to effectively control the platform, to control what happens on it from a quality control perspective and other things? I mean, part of the argument that an Apple would make, some would say fairly, I imagine you would say unfairly, is they say the phone, the product that you buy, the user buys because they want the entire experience. And part of that experience is a curated app store where they are preventing viruses and malware and other kinds of software. They're vetting all of that, and that the Apple consumer is buying into that. That's part of the value proposition. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
I think you're falling into the trap that Apple has set of conflating a whole bunch of separate things, right? Antitrust law isn't meant to govern the thousands of companies that are competing, fairly in a game market. There are thousands of games and multiplayer games competing with Fortnite. Users can move freely between each of them. There are exactly two smartphones used in the world. There's iOS and Android, and both of them have very similar terms, not identical, but very similar. And they use a tying strategy to force developers to accept a whole bundle of services. There's no competitive mechanism keeping these companies honest. Apple points to Google and says, if you don't like iOS, use Android. And Google points to Apple and says, if you don't like Android, use iOS. But it's the same 30% everywhere, in the same store that's forced on users, through slightly different mechanisms. And when you're looking at antitrust issues, you have to make distinctions about whether are working competitive forces in the market. As Fortnite grows, I think eventually we intend to grow into a platform where third parties can create their own content that's increasingly rich and powerful and interesting. And over time, we will open up more and more of it to users and to build a real economy around it. And the definition of a platform is that the creator of the platform is a minority participant in the economy of the thing. And that's exactly what Epic wants to be one day with Fortnite. But that's many, many years down the road. I don't think you can apply the same rules that you would apply to a platform company serving 1 billion users with more than 50% market share in many major developed countries by revenue, and compare that to like Fall Guys or Among Us or Fortnite or Roblox or Minecraft, where there's robust competition.
We just had Ruth Porat, the CFO of Alphabet, of course, the owner of Google, on with us. Do you have a view about the Department of Justice lawsuit against Google, in particular, the allegation, and this goes to the tying issue that you've been discussing to some degree, around the payments that Google pays to Apple so that they become the default search engine? And whether you think that if they didn't make those payments, Apple would otherwise be using a different search engine and it would somehow create more competition and people would be using a different search engine that's as good as Google's?
Well, Epic's not directly in the search market, and I don't have a really nuanced understanding of it. But, you notice that these monopolies, each in their own markets, tend to link arms together and form oligopolies, where Google is the exclusive default search provider to Apple. And there's an awful lot of cross-reinforcement. And, Apple put out this study calling 30% fees the industry standard, and pointing out that Google also charges them, and every other company who has a monopoly on distribution of software on their platform charges them. To me, that's not a good argument, right? That's just showing that these tech companies are at least tacitly reinforcing each other's strength and position, and tacitly agreeing to divide markets and cooperate in areas where they could be competing because they're each respecting each other's turf. And that's exactly what's tearing our economy apart.
At the top of this conversation, I mentioned the news this morning that Apple has reduced the commission from 30% to 15% for small businesses with revenue under $1 million on that platform. What do you think when you heard that news today?
Well, first of all, it's a fantastic change for all these small developers. Apple said something like 98% of iOS developers make less than $1 million a year, and so are seeing their royalty rate reduced from 30% to 15%. Awesome for them, but who it's not awesome for are consumers, because 95% of iOS transactions are in major apps built by larger companies. And so, 95% of all transactions are still undergoing Apple's 30% fees. They're not seeing competition in payment processing or distribution. And so all of these costs are still being passed on to consumers as a result of Apple's monopoly on these services. So I see it in some ways as a really great progressive improvement for these small developers, but also a cynical ploy to divide and conquer, right? Apple gave fellow tech titans like Amazon a special deal where they can pay 15%. And they just gave 98% of the developers who don't make much money this special term. And they're trying to preserve the tax on 95% of the others. And, you know, they hope that they can reduce the complaints to the point where they can get away with the scheme perpetually. And, you know, we're certainly not going to fall for that.
Is there a rate, though, a commission rate with which you would just say, okay, you know, you were talking about credit cards earlier, 3%, 2%, 1%. I mean, is that what you think it ultimately, if there was a competitive market, you get all the way down there? And would you think that that would be the case also for in-store or in-app purchases on your own platform in the future, if that were the case?
Well, first of all, I think what's most important is to have actual real competition on these platforms. Once you have competition in payments and competition in distribution and storefronts, then you have real mechanisms to keep companies honest. Until then, you know, no rate is acceptable because it's not the rate that's the problem. Apple's 30%, they want to charge 30% for some overpriced service, go at it. They just can't exclude these competitors. But given our experience operating the Epic Games Store, you know, we charge 12%, and we make a decent incremental profit on, you know, marginal profit on each transaction. Our costs are something like 2 to 3% for payment processing in developed economies, more in the developing world. You know, 1 or 1.5% for customer service on, you know, providing support for payments, and maybe 1% for bandwidth that we obtain from Akamai or Amazon or other commodity providers. So the all-in cost of operating this service is, you know, 5 to 7% of revenue for Epic, which is really subscale, right? We're hundreds of millions of dollars. Apple is tens of billions of dollars, or hundreds of billions of dollars now. And so if we were operating at that economy of scale, I think a rate of 8% or less would probably be viable.
I want to pivot the conversation away from this piece of news to so much else that has gone on this past year, and also your own personal story. Right behind you, for those whose screen is big enough where they're watching this, you have what? That's an Apple IIe Plus?
Oh, that's an Apple II Plus. That's my
Apple
first
II Plus.
computer.
That was your first computer. You founded the company in your basement, your parents' basement, at age 20?
Yeah, that's right.
And what computer were you using then?
Well, I moved on to an IBM PC. But you know, the wonderful thing about computers at that point in time is they're completely open. Anybody could write software. In fact, when you turned the computer on, a basic programming language prompt came up, so you couldn't really avoid writing code. And everybody was a programmer. Everybody wrote programs and shared them with their friends. Everybody was free to install software on their own. And I brought this out to remind me of what the industry was once like and must be like in the future. You know, when all of these artifices of anti-competitive behavior are removed.
Tell us about how you see the future and how we will all live as a technologist and futurist. And the reason I ask is we are now living in a much more remote world, remote first, some people would describe it during this COVID period, and living inside, frankly, the metaverse of a Fortnite, for example, has become a huge part of people's lives. The idea of living in a simulation. We're doing it now to some degree, but what do you think that looks like 2, 3, 4, 5 years out?
Well, you know, computers aren't just calculating machines anymore. They're now, you know, incredibly powerful devices that can connect people together into social experiences. And these real-time 3D social experiences are the best and most engaging of them all. They're going to continue to become a larger and larger part of our lives. And just as COVID has kind of taught people that actually it's okay to not travel and to spend a lot of time talking to people on Zoom or communicating with them in Fortnite. And it's not just like you playing this game as a solitary experience. It's you and your friends doing something together, just like my generation would go out in the woods and play in real forts, and this generation is now building virtual forts. It's a great thing, but you know, the power of these ecosystem operators, you know, whether it's Apple and Google or the social media companies, or you know, if any of the game operators in the future turn to similar practices, you know, you could have either a utopia of communities online or a dystopia where, you know, powerful corporations use their control over the medium to exert more and more control and influence over society and to capture for themselves the fruits of everybody else's labor, you know, including the labor of creators and and customers.
Well, so let me ask you about that, though, because obviously the social media companies are constantly criticized for some of the things that they're doing. They would argue that when they started, they had great intentions. There are big social implications. I would imagine when you started, you thought you had great intentions, hoping to better the world. There are lots of parents, as you know, and I have 3 children, who are very concerned about how much time kids are spending on Fortnite, how addicted they are to the game, what it's doing, frankly, people say, to their brains. What do you think of this?
Well, addiction is a serious problem. I mean, if you look at what happens with a heroin or meth addict, I would certainly not apply that term to people who love playing video games and sometimes play them more than they ought, right? Because if that's the case, then I'm addicted to programming, and my mom was addicted to gardening. Addiction isn't the right term for that. But I think you really have to look at what they're doing moment to moment. Are they playing a video game and doing mindless stuff that's not developing them as adults and negotiators and business people in the future, or is it a social experience? Because when I play these Fortnite Kill Squad games, I have a random name nobody knows, and I just go in and play online with random people. Playing these Fortnite games, it's about negotiation, it's about camaraderie, it's about conflict sometimes, and these are really healthy social experiences. And if we're not having them in the real world because the real world is shut down, then Fortnite is a perfectly fine place to hang out with your friends. And if you can't spend hours of real time together with your friends, and spending hours on Zoom or on Fortnite or Minecraft or Roblox, I think is perfectly fine.
I should tell you that you are making the case my children make to me throughout this whole pandemic. They've said, Dad, you got to let us play Fortnite. This is how we're going to socially interact. This is, instead of going on a play date after school, this is our play date since we can't have it. I know you're not a parent, but when you speak to parents about this, what do they tell you and what do you tell them?
Well, it always comes down to what are these players really doing? They're having social experiences. A lot of them are using Fortnite Creative Mode and building stuff themselves and building stuff together with friends. I mean, these are really developing a new generation of, diplomats and business people and tech workers and artists and programmers, right? The skills that people are developing there are real in a lot of cases. And if you compare it to something like a mindless video game where you just, Pac-Man, where you're going around eating dots by yourself, these are totally different experiences and shouldn't be compared.
Extrapolate out beyond the world of gaming for a moment, because we're all living on Zoom right now in the business world. But I'm curious how you think the world of simulation, if you will, looks 5-10 years out, not just as a game unto itself, but perhaps how we will interact in a virtual business environment of sorts. Do you see that?
These worlds are converging. And it's funny because this idea of convergence was discredited back in the 1990s when people talked about film and video games and other forms of media coming together. But it's actually happening for real now, and it's awesome. You see movie content debuting in Fortnite, musicians holding concerts in Fortnite, in Roblox now. And you're going to see more and more companies doing business online by reaching consumers with real-time digital content in a real 3D simulation. Like, can a car maker debut a car within a digital world and bring that car accessibly to, tens or hundreds of millions of people, where otherwise it would be limited to a much smaller group of buyers? I think all of these things can happen. We'll see major works of, film, television, architecture, automotive, all of these industries which are currently using real-time 3D as part of their enterprise, product development pipeline internally, are going to take all of these digital assets and bring them online and have awesome consumer experiences. And it's going to be a lot better than real-time, than social media. On Facebook, Corvette reaches users by selling ads, but you can imagine, now they have a Corvette car configurator online, powered by Unreal. You can go in and see your car in real time. The next step of that is bring all of this content into the real world. And now you have brands reaching consumers without ads, right? None of this annoying ad stuff, none of this, invasive data capture that's used to power the ad economy. Actually have brands provide compelling content to consumers that they love engaging with. And I'll be happy to drive my Corvette around online in Fortnite if it ever comes. And though it's raising brand awareness, it doesn't feel negative to people like all of these other earlier forms of media.
Well, what is that going to? So, but you think that people you wouldn't charge money for that? So, if Corvette decided that they were going to develop launch a car launch inside of Fortnite, but that became the norm, you think that wouldn't be something that you would try to monetize?
Well, what we need here is an economy where every creator is deciding on their own whether they're going to monetize and how. And you see the competition and the really interesting parts of the ecosystem will arise from innovation and everybody trying new things, not just Epic dictating you have to sell this or you have to give this away. And maybe it's you give a car away as a base model for free so everybody can enjoy it, but then you sell upgrades so you can get a custom paint job, like Fortnite does in order to maximize the player base, making the game free but selling upgrades. There's a huge amount of variety there that's all going to be explored in free competition.
You launched a series of concerts inside of Fortnite during this pandemic with remarkable success. I mean, the numbers were staggering. Did you expect that? And just explain what happened and where you think this goes, because we have a number of people in the music business that are online with us right now. I see people, senior executives in the film industry that are online right now. I mean, do you imagine people premiering movies inside of Fortnite?
Yeah, all these things will happen. Marshmello was the first major musician to hold a concert in Fortnite. And Fortnite got a big uplift from it, and he got a big uplift from it. It was entirely complimentary. And then Travis Scott did it. Then we found also the ability to hold much smaller scale concerts, instead of spending many months developing a new experience, to hold some things almost weekly. And these blurring of the lines between different forms of media will continue. And yes, movie content will premiere in Fortnite, but I'm not sure it's just going to be a linear trailer or linear video experience, right? The thing that appears in Fortnite, for example, the Star Wars crossover with Fortnite. Yes, we showed a preview of the movie, but there was also this mode that took over the game world, and stormtroopers with crashed TIE fighters in the map. And it's the interplay between the movie created by movie creators for movie viewers and all of that content being reused in this real-time 3D environment that creates the magic. And you're going to see a huge variety of experiences crossing over in new ways like this.
As we've been talking, lots of people are in the chat asking different questions. So let me ask one to you that speaks very much to this issue. Jason Rapp asks, what were the economics of the Travis Scott concert? So do you have a model for how events like this work?
Oh, yeah, we've mostly approached these as custom negotiations because we're figuring this out as we go. We paid generally the costs of conducting the concert, and then we funded some degree of it by selling skins associated with the event and other items. We're still in the pre-economy phases here, right? This is one company negotiating deals with a number of suppliers and partners. We're still, it's not going to be until next year at the earliest that we enter an open economy phase in which independent creators can do all of these things on their own, to expose modes on their own, and start to develop business models around that in which you have a full open economy, that becomes more and more flourishing. And we're going to get from here to there over time. And it's going to be stepwise, right? There's not going to be a major thing where we go from where we are to the ultimate business model. It's going to evolve over time because we have to keep Fortnite growing from its stage today. It's mostly a battle royale game to a stage where it's an open platform for everybody without breaking it in between.
Okay, this is a hard, but I will say very smart question. You've talked a lot about wanting to have an open platform, being anti-monopoly. Can you speak to one of your owners? One of your owners, of course, is Tencent, based in China. They own 30% of the company, I believe. What do you make of the approach in China and the fact that that is a very regulated world?
Well, China's funny because it's actually, from the point of view of online services and China developed video games, there's intense competition There are dozens of stores in app stores in China operating on the Android platform that each are viable and have traction and are competing for developers in lots of different ways. Some competing on revenue sharing, some competing on marketing and other things. And so it's kind of an interesting contrast. On one hand, there's a very closed regulatory environment, but on the other hand, it's in many ways more laissez-faire than the Western economies.
Okay, here's another good one. Mika Music writes, there's a large portion of the gaming community that feels that microtransactions in general are bad for the gaming experience. Are standalone games without internal microtransactions history?
I think we're going to see a variety of models, but Fortnite shows that for an online experience, a social experience with other people, the best model by far is to have a game that anybody can get into for free. Because some people don't have money, some people can't spend money because of geographic concerns or economic concerns or age or any other limitations like that. But building a game that's free and then being able to fund operating it by selling things in the game that are optional is a great model. And I think there are honest versions of that and also dishonest versions of that. The dishonest version is you sell items that make players more likely to win, right? The pay-to-win model. Another dishonest version of that is loot boxes, where you sell people things without telling them what they're getting, and they try to buy over and over in hopes of getting the randomized reward that they get. But I think the most honest model of this is the cosmetic model that's in Fortnite and Rocket League, where yes, anybody can play the game for free, and yes, you can spend money, and yes, you can buy things to look cooler, but you're not ultimately getting an advantage over other humans. And I think that's a powerful model that's actually in many ways a lot better than the Google or Facebook model of giving away the product so it's completely free and there's no way to pay for it, but instead they monetize you and your data and your privacy and your time. We'd much rather monetize people in monetize activity in the game in a completely mutually agreeable way, where players only spend money in Fortnite when they see something they really want and think it's a good enough deal that they buy it. They're never forced.
Okay, a couple more questions. By the way, I think I misspoke about the 30% stake that Tencent owns. It's actually 40%. Am I right?
It's something in that ballpark.
Question about Silicon Valley versus where you're based, which is Cary, North Carolina. Do you think there's been a real value in you not being in the Valley? Do you credit any of your success with that?
Yeah, being outsiders and being in a kind of our own space has been really freeing for Epic. And first of all, there are these boom and bust cycles in the game industry. If Epic had been next door to tech titans, then we might have lost some of our key people during some of our down years in between successes, and we might not be where we are today. But more importantly, we're not in the echo chamber of ideas and business models. They're just in Silicon Valley, and so we're able to develop an independent view of things. We have a very independent view of app stores, of advertisements, of data, of business models, and of the relationship between companies and their customers. And I think that's been very healthy. Okay,
two final questions. The first, what are your plans in a post-Fortnite world? Games oftentimes have a lifespan. Not that they're fads, but that there's an interest and then people move on to the next. Do you think that's going to happen, or is something changed in the gaming world?
Well, I think the days of any one static game experience are numbered. Fortnite Battle Royale will not last forever. There will be innovation in game modes, and somebody will find something better. Our hope for this is Fortnite as a platform for all creators to express their ideas using a common visual language and common control scheme and common social environment, and have dozens and dozens of different genres of experiences represented within this universe. And I think products that do that, looking at things like Fortnite and Minecraft and Roblox, which really have the opportunity, could last for as long as we're able to do an awesome job at it, right? It could be decades.
Okay, final question. If you were not playing an Epic-owned game, what game would you be playing?
I really love games like, Fortnite, Minecraft, Fall Guys, Among Us, games that, first of all, multiplayer games that have an experience that really encourages positive behavior online. These whimsical games that you never take too seriously, where even when you lose, you're still having fun and laughing at it. I think those games are wonderful, and provide a great outlet away from the real world and all of the controversies in it.
Tim, want to thank you for the conversation, for your candor, for engaging in this debate. And I know how rarely you do these interviews, so we are very appreciative. I said it would be epic, and it was. Thank you, Tim Sweeney, and thank you all for joining us and for your questions. We'll see you in just a little bit. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back to DealBook. Welcome back to DealBook. We have a very special and important conversation to be had this afternoon, and I am thrilled to have the privilege to spend some time with our following guests. My goal with this next conversation, and I want to be very clear, is to discuss some real concrete steps that this audience that's with us, the thousands, tens of thousands that are now with us, and corporate America can really take to try to create some lasting change and benefits for minorities in this country, and really finally try to close the inequality gap in the boardroom and in people's paychecks. Ursula Burns is here. I should tell you that she was the first and only female CEO of a black female CEO of a Fortune 500 company when she ran Xerox. Today she's a member of Uber's board. She's a senior advisor to Teneo, and I've had the honor and pleasure to have known her now for quite some time, and we've had some very important discussions over that time. Also with us, Robert Smith, founder, chairman, and CEO of Vista Equity Partners. He is the wealthiest Black American in this country, and I should tell you, and you probably know, you watched the day that he really ended a student debt crisis, if you will, at Morehouse, and we're going to talk about that and so much more. He has what's called the 2% solution, and we're going to discuss that as well. And then we also have Michael Render. He is Killer Mike, co-founder of Greenwood, which is a mobile banking platform. He is a rapper and entrepreneur, and he is somebody who moved me and so much of this country after George Floyd's murder earlier this year, when he gave a speech impromptu in Atlanta. And if you haven't seen it, you must. I just rewatched it, and Michael, I have to tell you, it will literally bring you to tears every time. But it's so moving and such an important commentary on where we are in this country, and frankly, all the work that we have to do. And I want to talk about that work and what we need to do. And talking about that work, let me start with Robert, if I could, to talk a little bit about this 2% solution, because you have been very public in talking about this, and I think having success in corporate America, because people and companies are starting to do this. So why don't you tell everybody what it is that you're advocating and what they're doing?
Sure. Thanks, Andrew, and good to see you. And Ursula and Mike, always good to see you both. The thing that we have learned is that there has really been a systemic removal of goods and services from the Black community for generations. And when you start thinking about the irony of it, the opportunity is for corporations to now deliver back into these communities. I'll call it infrastructure for economic development. I think about, most importantly, creating a capital base to permanently close these racial wealth gaps. And really, this 2% solution takes from the tradition among many American families who, on average, donate about 2% of their income to charity. So what we're saying is, let's call upon top U.S. companies across key sectors of the economy to invest 2% of their net income over the next 2 years, aimed at closing these racial wealth gaps. And if you think about it, if you actually take companies that have industry-based initiatives aligned with what they do, you have the ability to drive their best thinking, their best use of their assets and resources to solve some of the problems in areas like modernizing banking systems in African-American communities, eliminating the food deserts in these communities, healthcare deserts, education deserts. And we have the capability, know-how to do it. It's really just a function of now, how do you bring capital? One argument is you say 2% of net income, or you take a unique approach that Bank of America did, and they offered a bond. And the bond's called a Quality Progress Sustainability Bond. And with these low interest rates, they were able to issue about $2 billion of this bond and actually drive this sort of capital into supply chain finance, affordable housing, deposits, and investments in minority development institutions or depository institutions, and invest in minority VC and PE funds. So if you think about it, it's really turning part of their economic activity into the communities that need it most. And by the way, it's not just a moral imperative, it's an economic one. It'll add $1.5 to $2 trillion to our country's GDP. So that's really, in a nutshell, components of it. And we've been working with everyone from the Business Roundtable, McKinsey, Dell, Microsoft, AT&T, Verizon, a number of partners to now actually start to deliver these solutions in effective instances throughout the communities throughout the U.S.
Just to follow up, though, speak to the issue. And you just said it. It's not just a moral imperative. It's an economic one. But speak to the economic imperative or the market opportunity, if you will, for the companies that are engaged in this, because this isn't philanthropy.
Right. Right. I mean, if you think about it, all Americans really want certain things. African Americans in particular want, really to pursue their dreams without the hindrance of racism. We want to raise our kids safely. We want to send them to great schools. We want our communities to have, opportunities to work, which means in many cases funding entrepreneurs, because that's typically where most of our jobs come from. We want healthcare. We want, great parks and lovely houses and affordable markets and good food. And all of that means if you create the capital inflows into those communities, it becomes utilized effectively. And by the way, consumption goes up, lifestyle goes up. And that creates really a call it a virtuous cycle. Right. That we all as Americans can now embrace. I'm the world of software, and I tell people all the time, the real challenge is there's 7.5 billion people on the planet. Only 29 million of us know how to write code, and we have to activate all 350 million plus people in the United States to be effective contributors to our economy. Well, you can't do that if you starve them of resources, like education, which I think is the biggest gap. And and healthcare and nutritious food and access to opportunities. If you do that well, then the economic effects in those communities are better skills, right, more contribution to the productivity of America, which actually makes us a more competitive country. Right. We really have 350 million people. But how do you? We're competing in countries that are 5 and 6 times bigger.
I get the macro argument. I think we all get the macro argument. Question is, how do you persuade people on the micro? Meaning, a company is going to have to make an investment decision. They have a cost of capital. They want to make X percent. Can they make more over here, or can they make more over here? Right.
Simple examples, Andrew. Look, one of our company's services provides learning management systems for schools, and what we did is we looked at all 13,000 school districts that are customers of ours and said, all right, here's where there are deserts. 36% of African-American communities actually don't have broadband access, which means the kids don't have access to learning management systems and being able to effectively learn during this time of COVID. I mean, that's what COVID brought out, so starkly. But if you actually go in those communities and put broadband in as a broadband provider, point number one, now the school districts will be able to teach their kids and pay part of the rate that it takes for the broadband. Oh, by the way, it also enables telemedicine. So now healthcare companies have an ability to create an economic opportunity in those communities. And oh, by the way, it provides broadband infrastructure for businesses, small to medium businesses, which when small to medium businesses utilize software, it's about a 900% ROI. Right. Because they can become more efficient, more effective, and actually create more jobs in those communities. And when you everyone knows, when you have an increased economic activity in a community, it becomes safer. Right. It becomes more, a better place. The increase in the value of the houses and the real estate goes up, which creates more mortgage activity. It's all, we've seen this so many times before, but now the question is, how do we make sure it hits every one of the African-American communities and Latinx communities that have been starved of resources for so long?
Ursula, do you think we've had this conversation, unfortunately, for far too long, you and I, over the years? Do we feel that we're at it? This is an inflection point? I recognize it's a journey. It's a journey that's taking as I said, far too long. But where are we in it, do you think?
Yeah, I think that we are at a very important and high opportunity point. I think this is probably the most excited and optimistic I felt in a long time. And it comes from some of the worst situations that we have, right? The murder of a man by the police, a pandemic that has literally disrupted the lives of the world, but the poorest people, the people who need the most help in the world, and a government structure that is not supporting bringing us together and solving the problems. What's happened out of that is that people, regular guys, right? The regular people who walk the streets, me, Robert, Killer Mike, you, but also my kids, people who march in the street have realized that they can't leave it to anybody else anymore. They have to kind of get involved, that they have to be involved. So before we had, I love this statement, that Lin-Manuel made famous, before we had these moments where everybody got into the moment and then we went back to our normal way of living, because of the pandemic and because of the discourse that we feel, this lack of, this kind of pulling apart, the moments are becoming a movement now. So even if we decided to not have this discussion, there is enough disruption today in the system sprinkled around the United States and fortunately around the world that we're not going to be able to slow it down. I don't think we're at the point yet where we can just kind of all turn away, but we're getting close. So if we stop talking, I think that there'll still be a level of energy, but we have to talk a little bit longer and be engaged a little bit longer. We have to do the 2% solution. We literally have to speak up when we see injustice, when we see lack of opportunity, when we see literally people being left out of participation. We have to speak up and be very aggressive about it. One of the things that we did was started this thing called the Board Diversity Action Alliance, which, you know, this is simple. It's really straightforward. After George Floyd is killed, I get a call. I fly home, I land on the day and find out that this man had been murdered by the police. Get settled in, take a shower, I get a call from a CEO of a very large company. And he says, you know, you heard what happened? Yeah, I need to talk to you. I said, okay, fine, what about? He said, I think I got this kind of well understood, but I feel I'm missing something. What is this thing and something? He said, people are in the street marching. You know, white people, young people, Asian people, Black people are marching because this guy got killed who nobody even knew, nobody heard of. What's happening? And my first response to him was, why are you calling me? Thank you for calling me, but why are you calling me? Why don't you call your board members or management team? He said, because we have no African-American or African board members or management team. And talked to him, talked to a lot of CEOs during that time. Myself, Darren, all of us got these calls, I'm sure. All of the Black leaders got these calls. What I realized was they shouldn't have to call us. They should be able to look in their rooms and literally pick up the phone to their board members, to their C-suite executives that have experiences, that know, that are closer to the action, that are part of the movement, and engage them. And the Board Diversity Action Alliance, one Black director, one Latinx director, at least, right? On all of the boards of the Fortune 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, I don't care. We have to have representation because without representation, you have blind spots. If you don't have diversity, you have blind spots. So 2% solution, Board Diversity Action Alliance. I love Killer Michael's thing. Plot, plan, strategize, organize, mobilize. I love this.
Absolutely.
This is not part of my, we have to do that to every single problem, every opportunity that we have. We have to use these 5 action verbs, literally, to move the problem, the solution to the problem along. So I think that we're at a point where there's too much excitement. It's gotten too broadly dispersed to actually kind of clamp it down. We're not over the point yet, but we're getting damn close.
Absolutely.
Mike, contextualize this for everybody, because you've been on this journey.
I'm a product of the wish list. So let me, first of all, I know the rapper shows up in the baseball cap. This is my company. And so I want people to know, like Ursula said, you better find out a way to monetize it. I own a barber shop that we're trying to grow, and we're going to grow, and we're going to compete with places like Great Clips and Sports Clips called the Swag Shop. But I didn't have a haircut. And Ursula and Robert have a much better haircut than me. So I decided to do my cap. I am a product of what they're talking about. Well, Michael, how are you a product if this is something that's never done? Well, Atlanta is a very unique place. So for over 120 years, Atlanta has been a place of economic opportunity and prosperity. Now, the conundrum is Atlanta is just like America. It's a chocolate version of America. So although we still have high income inequality, for the most part, all of your heroes and villains in my lifetime have been Black people. We had an amazing mayor in Maynard Jackson before I was born in the early 70s, who mandated that 29 to 30% of city contracts you want to deal with the city of Atlanta had to be with Black and minority-owned businesses. This allowed for companies like the Herman Russell, which was a construction and development company, to grow. Now that company is now in the tech field and helping people do that, partnering with bigger corporations and companies. That, though, started in the 70s. Before that, you had as early as 1948, the neighborhood I grew up in called the Collier Heights was a neighborhood of mixed income Black neighborhood. Everyone from Herman Russell to Billy McKinney to Major Ball lived there. And then you had all these working class Black folks like my grandparents who lived there. Because I grew up in that mixed community that was gentrified by for Black people, they pushed poor white people further out west to Austell. They took this neighborhood. The schools that I went to were comparable to rich kid schools. I went to Collier Heights Elementary. I went to Frederick Douglass High School. And I then went, thanks to Andy and Gene Young, I went to Morehouse College on a scholarship that they created for me to go. I got an opportunity to receive the best education possible because the tax base was a great tax base because you had people who were rich, to be very frank there. I got an opportunity to be educated in an environment where I was not a minority. I didn't have to get bussed anywhere. So I was comfortable in where I was. So I say if you want to put 2 Black people on your board, that's even better than 1, because a lot of times you just get to be lonely being the only Black person in the room and the only person getting that phone call at 3 in the morning. But Michael Render sits here before you today, not only as someone who sings and dances, but as a person who was being mentored by some of the best business minds out of my community. Once I decided I wanted to go into business and I married a very business-minded woman, I'm sitting here because the city that I grew up in was started, well, not the city was started, but people like John Wesley Dobbs, people like Alonzo Herndon, people like Herman Russell, people like Maynard Jackson, people like former Mayor Kasim Reed understood the importance of private and public cooperation for the betterment. So the investment that my grandparents made in 1952 ended up helping me as a kid who went into kindergarten in 1980. So they had the ability to see that if I invest and plant this seed right now, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, is not only going to be fruitful to me because my house is going to go up in equity. It's not only going to be fruitful to my community because my community is going to have a stronger tax base with better schools. It's going to be fruitful to these children that are walking up and down my street. Well, how did it become fruitful to us? Michael Render not only became a person who sang and danced for a living, he became a job provider and business owner, small and medium business owner. Chief Judge Asha Jackson of DeKalb County was my schoolmate, has written a program that is about restorative justice that the state is picking up now. You have Torchette Fulton, who also was a year behind us, who is now married to a copyright lawyer. And they go around helping us start businesses, whether it's a Williams Fried Chicken or Church's Chicken or Popeyes. Mac Wilburn, who was not one of my classmates, an older guy, but he's a person that's giving good advice to my class. You have people that graduated with me. Cameron Dollar, UCLA champion, is now a coach. I got a chance to be around a pedigree of children that thought this high because the potential and that we heard about was all around us. All we saw was success or failure based on choice. Wasn't based on race. The kids that went to school with me that chose to congregate with the kids who were studying, that chose to go to college, fared better. The children who chose not to didn't. And because we were in Atlanta, we didn't have the excuse to say, well, it's simply racism. Now, that doesn't mean racism didn't exist. Didn't mean systemic racism didn't pull grocery stores out of our community. It did. It didn't mean it didn't pull banks out of our community. It did, which is part of the reason when Andy Young and Ryan Glover gave me the call, I jumped at a chance for Greenwood because I understand how important banking is. My grandmother marched me in a bank at 5 years old, opened up my first bank account. My sister, who paid the most attention to her as an accountant and makes much more money than I ever did my first days of rapping. My sister, who went to trade school, who understood the importance of education post-secondary, also has done well for herself. So for me, I am a product of what we're talking about today. I'm a product of self-reliance. I'm a product of public and private cooperation, whether that was Ted Turner and his programs with the Hawks and the Braves when I was a kid. And I'm a product of belief in oneself and turning the dollar in the African-American community. The Exxon that we went to as children was owned by Miss Barber, who was a Black woman. The grocery stores that we went to were owned by Black people. And that doesn't mean that we had a problem with shopping with other people or even corporations. It meant that the dollars we put back in that community were immediately put back into our community, whether it was supporting education and sports programs, whether it was partnering Mac Wilburn, who I talked about, who has the #1 selling, Popeyes, of course, has helped many young people in this community who had the wherewithal to start their own businesses to help. So for me, it is about doing what made me. And that is keeping that dollar in our community longer. And people have to remember too, that if the Black community is stronger economically, like Robert was saying, and like Ursula's alluded to, the greater community gets bigger. I watched an interview with Paul Robeson the other day in 1960. Paul Robeson was a phenomenal actor, he was a phenomenal athlete, but he understood that I am first an African-American, right? I'm an African by birth. We were kidnapped, we were brought here, but I'm an American and I have something to contribute to this country. If America will simply water this side of the garden, I promise you, your return will be 10, 20, 100-fold anything that you ever thought. And sitting right here before you today is a product of that.
I am so glad that we have you as part of this conversation, because that was such a brilliant articulation of all of this. Let me try, if I can, to break some of it down, if I can. And I want to ask Robert, because one of the things you're hearing from Michael is the education story, and the other is keeping that money in the system. And those are two issues that I know you've been working on. We just talked about the 2% solution. Let's talk about the education piece and what you think has to happen. As you very well know, there's also an effort in Washington right this moment to potentially cut some student debt, which could be a very good thing across the country. But I imagine you think it should be done. Well, I won't tell you how I imagine it. How will you imagine it should be done?
Look, we need to free our young people from this crushing debt. The short answer, in the African American community specifically, a staggering 65% of the wealth of African American families goes towards servicing student loan debt. And you think about it, many of our families don't have the options of actually going and using the equity in their homes and borrowing at low cost. So they actually have to turn to some of the Parent Plus loans and private loans, which typically have a higher interest rate, which typically doesn't abate based on where their jobs are located. And African Americans, unfortunately, when they leave college, typically take a little less money and have a little more debt on average. And so that cycle is frankly a spiral. And if you have a sick parent, you change your job, and those payments are still due. And so that's a problem. So part of what we have to do is actually think holistically about it and say, well, listen, the vast majority of the student loan debt gets paid back to the federal government. So this is in the federal government's hands to solve, and they can solve. And there's private people like myself and others who are, looking for other, innovative solutions. But the right answer is to free our young people so that they can do things like become, not be crushed with student loan debt, borrow money to start a business, start on their wealth creation and buying a home or buying securities or areas that actually create long-term economic benefit for their community. And if you graduate from Morehouse and you want to be a teacher, you should be able to go become a teacher and support a lifestyle to teach other kids, like my kids' kids, his grandkids, et cetera, in a way that you have a comfortable lifestyle. You can live in the same communities as those kids. Those kids see you as an African-American teacher. In my life, and many of you know I'm a chemical engineer, I have never had an African-American science teacher my entire life.
Neither have I.
Okay.
Neither have I.
Right?
I'm a mechanical engineer. I've never had an African-American science or math teacher.
Right. The only African-American science teacher, I'll call it instructor, I had was a man in my neighborhood who took a group of us and taught us about rocketry in the 70s. And 3 out of the 8 kids that were in that rocket club became engineers. Now, he did this, wasn't getting paid for it. He just did it out of, I'll call it the goodness of his heart, to actually teach these young African-American kids about science. Now, you think about that dynamic. I would love to see more of our kids have the opportunity to become teachers in our neighborhoods. But if they're crushed with student loan debt and they can't become teachers, they have to go take a job that they have to pay the bills. That, I think, is a travesty. Right. So that's one of the areas that we need to focus on. And the federal government can make changes to this. And that's one of the areas I've been pushing on specifically.
Right. Mike Bloomberg.
Amen.
I was going to say, Mike Bloomberg recently made a big donation to some of the black colleges on the medical side to create more and more doctors, in large part because he argues that they will actually stay in the community, which I think is a remarkably important thing. Ursula, let me ask you about pipeline. And the reason I'm connecting pipeline to education is one of the things you often hear, especially at the most senior levels, but even at junior levels, people say, "Oh, there's no pipeline. They don't exist. We can't find these people who should be on the boards or should be at these levels. There's an education problem, and they right? You know the story. You believe it or
you know the story, Andrew. You don't have to tell me. I know the story. Let me make it easy for you. You don't have to ask the question. I'll say the answer before you even ask the question. I love the story, and this is the story. We have a playing field that I designed. This white man designed this playing field. We have a set of referees that are the white guys. We have the rules that the white guys wrote. We have all of the judgment in the long term that are done by this group of people. And then you say, you, Robert, Ursula, Michael, you have to go play on that field, and we'll judge whether or not you can make it out of that playing field and fit into our space. If you lay out the pipeline with that narrow set of rules, I guarantee you, you will not have a lot of participation of women, of Hispanics, of Blacks, of anything other than the rule makers, the structure layout. So I say, there are people there, they're there. You just have to change the way that you look at what the requirements are. I'm not saying that the people shouldn't be able to read and write, have college degrees, et cetera, but I always hear, we need a board member. I love this one. We need a board member. I say, well, fine, we want a Black board member. I said, well, I can give you some. No. They have to be a past or sitting CEO. You say, okay, there are 11 guys who I can give you that can fill that position, 15 maybe. You don't need me to find them. Why? All of the boards that we're looking at, all of the board members are not past or sitting CEOs. Why for the Black board member do we have that narrow set of requirements specified? So what I say is, we do have talent out there, obviously, that can serve on boards. We did it with women. When there were no women in the UK and in California, they mandated women miraculously in a year. In a year and a half, we go from 8% to 30%. Trust me, they weren't born yesterday, they were always there. What I say, open up your aperture, look at talent in the broadest sense of the word, and I guarantee you, you can fill every single spot on the boards that are out there with Black or brown people, with Latinos, Latinx people, with you name it. So I say change the rules, not lower the standard, change the rules, change the definitions, and you'll be able to find it. That's for the top. I'm really comfortable with the top. The bottom, Robert said it. We have economic, food, and God help me, educational deserts out there where literally you can pick a zip code. I think we've talked about this before. I can pick a zip code. You give me that zip code and I can tell you for sure whether a child born in that zip code will get out of high school. We know it has nothing to do with what the family wants, how smart the kid is. It is the structure and funding of the schools, the teachers, the infrastructure. Literally no one outside of that community cares about that zip code. So they fund it, they don't fund it. So I say at the beginning, you have to fund education. You have to make it a priority. Parents have to get involved. Believe it or not, they do. You know the Harlem Children's Zone story. It's amazing. Harlem, all of the kids want to go to school in Harlem now because literally they made it, it's a cycle of good action and good behavior. So we have to stay close to home. We have to literally have, at the beginning pipeline, it's all about education. It's all about opportunities, all about mentorship, it's about examples. At the top, I say there is no excuse. Fine, I will train them all if you need to. The three of us, Michael, we will take them all and get them ready for board service. This is no more excuses here. Just get the people in there. In the middle, literally, it is a change of mind and a change of heart. We have to, no more excuses. No, literally, we have to absolutely punish people. And then this is where I get into quotas, punish people who do not perform, just like we do at profit and loss. Literally, if you spill dirt into the water, you get fined. If you lose a whole lot of money, you get fired. If you do not diversify your company inside, then there should be some negative consequences for that. And that's what I think that we as consumers, we as pressure people have to make sure it's clear what we expect. We expect diversity throughout the company. And I don't believe, I know for a fact that at the top, it is not about they don't exist. It's that you're not looking in the right places to find them.
Michael, help me with this. Where do you land on quotas? Because quotas, I will tell you, as you know, it's a controversy. There's a lot of controversy when you say the word quota. So I just want to know, what do you think?
Well, it's only controversy when you talk about Black folk.
That's right. Exactly.
it wasn't no controversies on quotas when they was doing land giveaways in the middle of America, and they needed Eastern Europeans who were used to the weather. It wasn't a problem with quotas when this country was started. You know what I mean? They were like, you know what? We don't want to play taxes to UK. We need to make sure not only for the planter class in the South, we needed to make sure the new people that were Irish, that were coming, that were a little too friendly with black folk, we need to find somewhere to put them so that they can achieve whiteness and they can forget this camaraderie amongst class with poor people. Interesting in what's been just said again. I didn't know this, but I'm a walking, talking example of possibility. Doesn't make me better or worse. It just means the things that they're proposing have been done in my life. I had 3 white teachers my entire life. One of them wasn't even mine. That was just a classroom I went to visit my cousin at. Like, man, Miss Allen sure is nice. She ain't scared of black folks. And so I only had one white science teacher my entire life, Mr. Stam. He was so scared of black kids that until we pulled him to the side, like, man, you got to teach us, man. We know we bigger than you, but you got to teach us. But my science teacher, most powerful influence in my life, was a woman much like Ursula. Her name was Miss Wilder. And Miss Wilder didn't play. You came in her class, you got it together. So the Atlanta that I grew up in, which has changed though, the Atlanta that I grew up in produced me, produced more than 4 sitting council members, I believe now. It produced our mayor. It produced T.I., who's probably the most wordy rapper I've ever seen in my life, and one of my best friends. So when the system works, what happens is you have kids that came out of historically black colleges and universities. They then taught in the schools that I was taught in. My 6th grade teacher lived 10 houses from me, so I didn't have an excuse to do bad. She just knocked on my grandmother's door. She lived in that neighborhood because her loan was underwritten by Citizens Trust Bank. So a black bank took historically black college and university graduates, underwrote them to live in the community they taught in. So there was a sense of responsibility and accountability. So by the time I was 13, 14, I couldn't bullshit about my education. I had to take it seriously because by then I understood the amount of sacrifice and work that I had put into it. Now, prior to my graduating, Frederick Douglass High School had only been run by 2 principals. Alonzo Krim, Lester Butts, who replaced Alonzo Krim as school superintendent at one point, and then Dr. Hill, who was much like a Joe Clark-like figure. So in the middle of the crack era, he has a national school of excellence. When other schools are falling off, in Atlanta is a school system where 65, 70% of the schools are named for black educators and emancipators. So I had the responsibility of knowing I'm walking into Frederick Douglass High School. Without struggle, there is no progress. That is the quote we had to say every day. So I could not say to myself, oh, it's somebody else's fault. I had to take self-accountability at that point. So I had a strong, stable base in that the community I lived in housed my teachers, firemen, policemen. I had self-determination with the circle of kids that I was in. And I thought I wanted to be a thug. I wanted to be a rapper. But my friends said we going to college. I was like, man, I want to try this college thing out too, Oscar. Chief Judge Oscar Jackson. I want to go to college too. I took self-accountability, and then my grandparents only dealt in businesses that were good for us, to us, to buy our community. So as Ursula was talking about in terms, and Robert is saying, in terms of even black business, I define the black business by 3 ways. It's either totally owned and operated by black people and good to my community, or it's not owned by black people, but it employs black people and it is good to my community. And lastly, the small businesses that came in later from immigrant populations that were moving into our city, even if they could not hire, and me having a small business or 2 now, I understood sometimes you just got to hire your family, right? Even if they could not hire us, as long as they dealt fairly with our community. Those were the 3 things in my household. If you were all black owned, or if you hired black people, and if you couldn't, if you treated my community well by reinvesting. And that included everything from tutorial workshops and helps and sponsor tutors, buying sports uniforms, helping feed the hungry, all these things. So I never left the tradition of my community. When Maria Priska-Starpison, who was our superintendent, who's exiting now, called me earlier in the year, like, this pandemic has brought out a food desert shortage. We didn't even understand what's going on. I got on the phone with Freddie Figures from Figures Wireless, which is a black telecommunications company. Guy owns his own towers, built his own phones, has done telemedicine, has built diabetes testers. It's just a great guy. Yet Freddie had nowhere to go to help. I got them hooked up. Not only did he help her, he said, Michael, the John Lewis district, which is what Douglas is now housed in, used to be a 70, 80% home ownership district. And it was much more stable, and it was producing the type of students and the type of professionals we want. Now it's a 70, 80% renters district. And our kids are moving around so much they can't even eat. Freddie said, I would love to sit down with the city of Atlanta and figure out a broadband solution so that kids will have an opportunity to have internet and be properly educated at home and won't miss a step. I think it's time for the circle of the Black business community, the Black worker class and middle class community to plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize, and take our plan to federal government and say, not only is it enough for you to say, hey, because you're going to wipe away everybody's student loans. It's not just going to be Black folks, even though we need it a lot. We know everybody's going to benefit from that. But after that, we have given so much to this country. Again, I'm watching Paul Robeson interviews. We have given so much to this country, I will say unequivocally, we deserve some special treatment. And I don't want welfare. I don't need social programs to take care of everything. I like social medicine, but not everything. What I do want to see, though, is a targeted investment in communities like the John Lewis District that says we're going to produce in 20 years. There's a 20-year plan. It's not a 2-month plan. It's not a 2-year plan, but you're going to see increases, I think, gradually in 2 months, 2 years, 12 years, and 20 years. We're going to put as a country a 20-year investment plan where we take kids who are pre-K and kindergarten and we follow those kids all the way through with the support and inspiration that they need. And on the other side of that, what you will have produced are people that are able to then, in a secular way, that circle of victory is, or virtuous circle, to come back to those communities, to be homeowners, to be the teachers, the doctors, the lawyers, the dentists you need. And what we will be able to do is replicate that in Atlanta, Jacksonville, Tampa, Birmingham, Charlotte. 54% of African Americans in this country live in the South. The fact that the South has food and education deserts, to me, is something systemically evil. And if we do not do something to change that narrative, our country is going to be the biggest, strongest, mightiest giant with a torn Achilles heel. And I don't care how good you run fast, how fast you are, and jump. If you're an athlete and you have no Achilles heel, you're not an athlete. You're just a bench warmer. This country has to stop seeing itself as the preeminent, best, on the helm of the world stage when we're not. We have a torn Achilles heel. And if we simply invest in the community whose free labor was the cornerstone of the country's wealth, not only will we have a healed Achilles heel, we will have a much faster, stronger athlete in terms of economics, education, and otherwise. And all it takes is making sure that the people who help build this country are truly a part of it by way of having opportunity.
Let me ask a question. Both to Robert and to Ursula, building off what Michael was saying. It's one thing to persuade the Black community to create systems to help, for the Black community to help the Black community. It's another thing, and I want to be sensitive in how I say this. Part of what has to happen, frankly, is persuading the white community that they need to do this, right? That's a huge part of this. And the question is, whether there's a way to do that, not just about the moral imperative, because people are often selfish, they're not selfless. And there are people in the white community that look at quotas or look at targeted goals even, and they say, and you can get out the smallest violin you want if you want, and say, well, if we do this, it's going to be bad for me, right? I'm just saying that's what you hear. What do you say to that? Because part of this whole effort has to be to make the case.
Want to start, Robert, or you want me to start?
Why don't you start, Ursula? But I will come blazing behind.
Yeah, I'll swing in first with the quota story and make sure that we're clear. I think Michael said it to start with. It's interesting how this becomes a divisive issue when it's not you, particularly when it's a very big problem when it's us. Quotas are used every single day, all the time, particularly in government programs. So that's one. The second, we have a world where 60-something% of the population is not white and male. More than 60-something% of the population is not white and male. The wealth of the world, because it was built with this supremacist belief and structure, is concentrated in white and male. I don't want to fix everything all at once, right? So I'm not going to give you a quota on everything. But if we are fair, and if you have reasonable economic acumen, mathematical acumen, you understand that participating in a fight for greatness when 2/3 of the population is hindered, is hampering your progress, is a stupid idea. That's why after a long time, they start to include women because they're like, oh my God, half the freaking world is women. We can't make progress without bringing some of these women along with us. Quotas is the result of failure by business to do what they should be doing naturally. You don't have to have a quota if you do what you should be doing, which is be equitable, diverse, and inclusive. If you're not, then we're going to put quotas on you. California said, we tried it for years, Black people for hundreds of years, to wait and hope that the people who have it, who got it off the backs of Black people, Black and brown people, people who have it, to give some of it back. And I don't mean just, we'll work for it. But they said no, government says, okay, no problem. Or shareholders say, okay, no problem. Board says, okay, no problem. We're gonna force you to do it. You don't have to have quotas if you do the right thing. I don't think we're gonna do the right thing fast enough, so quotas, bring them on. I think that they're just fine. Now, on the rest of the story about convincing people, I think the last time we were on the TV, I said, it's like asking a slave to please convince the slave owners to not have slavery anymore. I think go to psychology, people, have them deal with that. I just want equal opportunity based on skills and ability. You give us the skills and ability, by the way, if you don't give it to us, as Michael said, we will actually have a virtuous circle where we create our own, then open it up and we should be able to compete. I don't want to have to defend or explain to people why their unfair grasp of things has to be hopefully they'll be nice, but if they're not going to be nice, we have to have forcing functions. Some of the forcing functions are quotas. That's the safest, easiest way. There are other forcing functions that we don't want to talk about.
I think, and Ursula, thank you for that, because that is exactly right. And I will tell you, the thing that Martin Luther King said was that we are tied together in a single garment of destiny. Okay, Killer Mike talks to that and saying, if you have a weak Achilles heel, a 20 Achilles heel, I don't care what kind of athlete you are, you're not getting up, and you're not going to be able to do the things that you want to do, and that's America. There's never been a solid concerted effort on the part of the vast majority of white Americans to genuinely address equality for Black Americans.
Right.
Education, health, work, welfare. Okay, and it is a time right now. And Ursula and Mike are right, we will do what we can for our community, but our community does need some help. We need a modernization of a banking infrastructure that gets to our community. 70% of our communities don't have branch banks. And there's work that's being done, but we need that to work. We need that to happen. We need the government and people to charge those banks with capital. And we're seeing, Netflix and Reed Hastings and people saying, let me deposit $100 million. Bank of America, and JP Morgan, you had Jamie on earlier today. Let's go open 2,000 branches into these communities. But we need to also charge them with capital and loan capacity. Bill Bynum, who's now going to be on the board, or I guess the transition team with Biden, he runs an organization, CDFI. A year ago, they processed 50 loans. When they modernized the bank, the lending infrastructure, they basically processed over 7,400 loans in 4 months. That's what modernization and knowing your community can do. Those loans went for small to medium businesses. Average loan was $11,000, which changes the dimension of a small business in these communities. So part of what we have to do is get this concerted effort across many dimensions. And Mike, I'm going to get to you because Andrew and our alma mater, Cornell Agricultural School, we're working with them on some ways to spearhead racial equity across health and food in the U.S. Okay, so we'll put those connections together. But part of what we have to do is work and get institutions, businesses, corporations, and hopefully the federal government to actually come in and right some of these wrongs and frankly repair this Achilles that's been torn. Because otherwise we will be hampered in the face of global competition.
I want to tell white folks, it's in your best interest. Now, I'm not going to waste too much time trying to convince you it's in your best interest. But if you look at the Olympics and you cheer, you don't care what color the athlete is. You want to win the track. You want to win the Olympics. You want us to have the most medals. You want us to run faster. And I don't mean us. I mean as athletes. Period. I don't care. I don't care what I'm watching. It could be lacrosse. It could be in any water. If it has the United States on it, I'm cheering for it. 3 a.m. Start to look at the African American community. What we've done for baseball. And I'm not just talking about running and jumping on the field. We have made baseball $1 billion. What we've done for basketball, the NBA of the 60s is radically different. It's a global game now. We've done the same for football. These African-American minds can do the same things the legs and thighs and shoulders can do. But you have to see it like Paul Robeson said. I'm proud to be of African heritage. I'm as proud as any Scotsman or any Irishman, but I am affirmatively American. You are not denying Black Americans. You're denying all Americans. The fact that Black children know who John Brown is as early as 3rd grade, and you didn't know who John Brown was, and you're 30, 40 years old until Showtime showed you that, showed you has been miseducated as we are. Your educational level has put a ceiling that's been put on it so that you don't know the full history. If you don't know who Crispus Attucks is, if you don't know Alonzo Herndon started the Atlanta Life Insurance Company from a barbershop where he only served the white business class, he learned about bonds and stocks and insuring and then brought that to his community. He got those from the bigger companies. His company helped the bigger companies grow. We have to start to understand in this country that we are not a bunch of subgroups living next to each other. I am an African American. I am an American. If you invest in my community returns 10, 20, 1,000-fold to the greater community. And we're going to have to start helping, we don't have to, but white people are going to have to start understanding that we're not trying to replace white people. There's no grand design to do genocide or white people away. We don't want to shut down all white businesses. But when we say we want fair and equitable opportunity, it simply means don't hinder us from the start and then ask what's wrong at the end. Right. Don't say that there's no pipeline when you know most bankers have been involved in lacrosse playing. I didn't know that. I was like, so what's the sport for banking? It was like, well, most bankers are involved in lacrosse. I was like, that's why my wife's friends wanted to play lacrosse when we were organized, because I was like, man, I would have signed my kid up for lacrosse instead of football. But if we don't do those very simple things of opening the door and inviting, and on a very individual level, the same way Ursula got that call at 3 a.m, I got that call from people I knew. Mike, what do I do? That call should not be a distraught call at 3 a.m. It should be an engaging call once a week to say, Ursula, what do you think we could do about this? It should be a call and an engagement with other people that you know that aren't just the famous people. And I don't mean famous singing and dancing, famous within the corporate structure. You should seek to mentor and build that. I speak at white colleges and at Black colleges, and I tell white kids all the time, if you really want to help, the best thing you can do is leave the campus of MIT or Harvard or Yale, find a bright child or an average child with the potential to do really well and mentor that child so that they take your place in this college when you leave. If you get a 9th grader as a college freshman and you and that 9th grader do your education, if you guys are in an educational relationship together, matriculation, by the time you graduate Harvard, that child will be going to Morehouse and or Harvard, wherever he chooses to go. I prefer Morehouse and then Harvard for grad school. But just saying that individual relationships count, making sure that you open up that pipeline counts. And I think that the white community in this country has to get over their fear of revenge. If Black people have not tried to take revenge in 100 and some odd years and kill all white people in the streets, we're not going to do it now. If we've not closed off our communities like the Amish and refused to do business with you, that just means we want to be in the greater spectrum of business. So get past it and understand that when we grow, the whole community grows.
I will tell you, Andrew, if I can, it's been interesting to see, people like, the World Economic Forum and Treasurer Sean Wooten and others, Darren Walker, who are saying, you know what, let's actually put at the high end, i.e. where capital is being raised and delivered and actually making decisions as to who's the CEO, who's on those boards. They are all engaged now saying, what are the standards? What are the measurements? How are we going to hold them accountable? That's the biggest change that I've also seen. We see our kids in the streets who are saying, no, this is enough, but I'm also seeing our treasurers and our business roundtable and others standing back and saying, let's figure out ways to actually solve this problem where capital is actually being flowed into the communities, into businesses.
And one of the things, Andrew, I was going to say that I know we're running out of time is the question that you asked is one that that always makes me uncomfortable. And
makes me uncomfortable too.
Very rare. I'm very rarely uncomfortable. Very rarely uncomfortable because it actually almost pits choices of equal things. This is not a zero-sum game here. It's not if we give money here, we don't give money here. The world has never been, the United States for sure, has never been a zero-sum society. We have 7.5 billion people here today living at a standard that's higher than when we had 1 million people on this planet. So we know it's not a zero-sum game, but we always kind of feel as though we have to explain it from that perspective. Well, we're gonna support the Black community or the Latin community or the poor community, and if we do that, that must mean we're not gonna support some other, in the short term, that may be true, but we know for fact, by literally any fact that you study, that that's not the case over time, on average and over time. So we absolutely have to change the question. It's not give money here or give money here. It's how do you give money here and give money there? How do you give opportunity here and give opportunity there? It's not that we have to actually fight against each other. We don't have to have a scrum in the middle of the street for the scrap of food. That's not the country that we live in.
This has been a fabulous conversation. We're not going to end it just yet, because I do have to pivot for just a moment before we finish this conversation. Robert, you have been lauded, and rightly so, for the philanthropy that you have done and for using your voice on this very issue. We talked about doing this conversation a long, long time ago, and since that happened, just in the past couple weeks, there was a headline, and it's incumbent upon me to ask you about that headline, which is that you admitted to evading taxes, and you agreed to pay $139 million in back taxes, interest, and penalties. And I know that as part of that settlement, you can't talk directly to the settlement, but I would hope that you could talk to perhaps the lessons that you think you learned as a result of this experience, and also what impact you think it might have on your ability to have this kind of voice and participate in this kind of philanthropy.
Sure, and thanks for asking. A big part of life is, of course, if you make mistakes, you have to in some way clarify them, clear them up, and get beyond them. And like Masa-san said yesterday, I can learn from my mistakes, and I have. It's clear to me that in order for me to focus on the problems of the present, I need to resolve the issues of the past and problems of the past. And the settlement offered me that ability to do so. So I've agreed to it, and I'm moving forward. I've made right with the government, and I'm absolutely committed to continuing my important work. My philanthropy, really driving, call it, returns to all the stakeholders. My stakeholders in my company, my employees in my company. I say I apologize that has created any disturbance in that dynamic, but it is critically important that I and others step up now more than ever. And that's where we are. I look to the future and am excited about the opportunity to clean up the past.
Okay, well, we will leave.
If I could, before we get out, let me interject this. Because I'm a fan of both Ursula and Robert, and people like me and Cedar God have been firm in our defense of Robert. People make mistakes. I tell people all the time when they give me too many accolades. Hey, I'm going to mess up one day, and when I do, just allow me to apologize. Let's get back on our path. Right? I'll make right. But never forget that this country was founded by people who didn't want to pay taxes to a crown. Never forget that our forefathers, who we love and adore, who are on the dollar bills, oftentimes that we have in our pocket, with the exception of this guy, they were slave owners. Let us never forget the sins of our past, because when you do, you start to judge people as though your moral authority is higher. You start to castigate people for mistakes they've made, and you do not have an empathetic heart and that wants forgiveness. Now, as hard as it may be to forgive a rich guy, it matters to me that he did what he did at Morehouse before that. What he did for Morehouse wasn't, well, let me clean my image back up. It was his honest and true heart, right? So I just want to tell Black people on the other side of that, defend him vigorously when you're arguing in your barbershops. Because if you don't, you prevent the pathway for the next one. People are going to mess up, and trust me, I'd have had to pay the IRS more money. The IRS and baby mamas, Lord have mercy, they are my business partners. But I want to just say that I have been defending, and I will continue to defend. I appreciate you as a Morehouse guy, Robert. I thank you guys for letting me sit on here with y'all today, and just keep doing the good work, brother. Thank you.
And I think, let me tell you what, if you made a mistake, you fix it. I mean, this is not rocket science. I mean, at all. It is because it's him. You know, I mean, it is because it's him. It's not because, by the way, I mean, big mistake, small mistake, I don't know. Mistake for sure. I probably have, I can't pay $140 million because I don't have it. But proportionally, I've probably made as many mistakes as Robert has.
Absolutely.
Well, it is important that we actually step back and realize that, not that we're human, that's not what I'm talking about, that, yeah, you screwed up. If you screwed up, you say, got it, screwed up, fix it, go on, right?
That's it. Absolutely.
There's no way in the world to operate. There's no way in the world to operate. When people see me, they say to me, Ursula, you have such an amazing life. It's so, it's so perfect. I used to always tell them, you should be a fly on the wall in my house. When my husband was alive and we had the 2 kids in the house, you would have said, this is a crazy family. Because it's not, we are just regular old people, trying to make a way. And some of us have been more successful than others on the monetary side, right? Monetarily. We've been able, and therefore we have a big light shined on us. And I say to Robert, who I didn't follow all of the stories, just keep going, brother. I mean, I want to grow up and kind of be like you. I'm going to avoid the tax thing, but I want to be like you.
Thank you both. Thanks for all your support. And Andrew, thanks for your support as well.
Folks, we are going to end the conversation there. I am grateful for all of you joining us on this very, very important topic. I want to thank everybody who's joined us online for your questions and for your comments throughout this conversation. We will have LeBron James on the other side at 4 p.m. with Sherilyn Eiffel in just a little bit. Thank you all for being with us. See you in a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you.
All right. Bye, Robert. Bye,
All
Ursula.
right. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Ursula.
All right. Bye, guys.
Killer Mike, I watched your video. It was entirely true.
you to our premier sponsor, Accenture, and our associate sponsors, U.S. Bank and RBC Capital Markets.
Welcome to our final session of this DealBook 2020. It is a privilege, more than a privilege really, to have our next two guests with us. And what a special conversation this is going to be. LeBron James is here. What can I say? Four-time NBA champion, but founder, for the purposes of this conversation, of More Than a Vote, something that has really shifted this past election and really shaped the conversation in America. And we want to talk about that. Sports arenas around the country, because of LeBron, became open for this election. He recruited tens of thousands of people to be at work as poll workers. And I should say, a lot of people who never voted before voted because of LeBron, including his 52-year-old mother. We'll ask him about that, but it's a very, very special thing. He is joined by Sherilyn Ifill, who is the president and director counsel of the NAACP, Legal Defense and Education Fund, who's been doing amazing work on these issues for so very long. Thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Thank you for having us.
It is great to see you. LeBron, let me start with you and just take us back to the beginning of this. What inspired More Than a Vote? How did it come to be? What happened?
I think More Than a Vote was started. I was very angry personally after seeing George Floyd, after hearing about the Breonna Taylor case. Obviously, all of us as Americans, and not only just Americans, all over around the world saw what happened with the George Floyd incident, the video being taken of a sensitive act of another African-American man in America. And we've been hearing the police brutality thing that's been going on for so many years. But now, because of the late, great Steve Jobs and the unbelievable people at Apple, they've created these phones and these iPhones and these camera phones and these videos that they can capture right on the spot. And we all got an opportunity to see what happened, unfortunately. But that made me so angry. And I looked at my team, I voiced to my team, I sent an email to my team. I said, we need to do something. We need to get to the round table as we always do. We need to put our heads together and figure out what we can do to create some change. And that's what it stems from. That's where More Than a Vote came from, because of those sensitive acts that we all saw as Americans and all over the world. And that began the run that we've been on up until this day.
And just take us behind the scenes, though, the idea of opening up sports arenas, for example, around the country, something we've never seen before, which was allowed people who had never voted to vote. Where did that idea come from?
Well, I think with anything in life, being a good person and building relationships gives you an opportunity to be able to make certain calls. And I've always tried to be respectful to others, be kind to others. So when I was able to make the call to a lot of these owners, a lot of the players, a lot of the cities that host these arenas, that host these NBA teams, they were very respectful in allowing that call to come through and was ready to have the dialogue. Some of the arenas were a lot tougher than others. Some of the communities was a lot tougher than others. But at the end of the day, having that conversation and letting them know how important it was, they heard me. They heard my fellow players as well, but they heard us from More Than a Vote in the group that we were partnering with, because this was a very important moment as we all just saw just shy of a couple weeks ago with the election.
And I want to get to the election. I want to talk to Sherilyn about the election and what comes next. But let me just ask you one other question. Was there any moment as you were pursuing this, and you were talking about how it might have been harder with certain sports owners than others, but was there ever a moment where somebody said, you know what, LeBron, you shouldn't be doing this? You shouldn't, you shouldn't be getting either involved in this, or it's going to be bad for your brand, or bad for the league, or bad for something else?
No one said that know me personally. You know, my support group, there's not one person that said that what was going on in my mind and was going on in my heart and the stomach and the feeling I had in my stomach, that this was not the right direction. Now, if you get caught up in social media, then there'll be people there that always disagree or never agree with anything that you do in life. You know, if I wake up tomorrow and say I want an apple instead of an orange, there's going to be people that say, well, we believe you should have had that orange. So, you know, having my support team and having my support group, they knew where my heart was, and they knew that we were going in the right direction. And they never, ever, there's not one person on our team that looked at me and said, well, we don't believe this is the direction we should go. They were all like, wow, this is absolutely the time and the place and the movement, and it needs to be done now. So let us know what you need from us.
Sherilyn, let's talk about the black vote. And the turnout this year in particular. President-elect Biden has said repeatedly that the black vote helped put him over, that they had his back. How important do you think it was that this endeavor took place?
Oh, there's no question that it was critically important, and I haven't had the chance to personally thank Mr. James yet, and so I'm going to do that right now, because the confluence of several things came together. He just described the killing of George Floyd, and the organization I lead does a lot of work around police violence, but we do a lot of work around voter protection. And the other thing that's happening at the same time is the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been hitting the Black community especially hard. And the result of that was something that really triggered our move around this issue of polling places and facilities opened on Election Day. And that was how many poll workers in the primary elections in March were calling out and not able to come in because of their fears of COVID-19. You know, 65% of poll workers in this country are over the age of 70. And so we're so used to seeing elderly people sitting at those tables, you know, when we come in to vote. But because they are COVID vulnerable, many of them called out. And we saw this in the Milwaukee primary election in March. Milwaukee normally has 180 polling places that are open. Only 5 were open on Election Day. And therefore, you saw those lines extending and people with masks risking COVID-19. So we were focused on this issue as well. And at this moment of tremendous activism, when we were saying everyone has to be at their highest level of citizenship, Mr. James and the NBA players came through, other artists and activists came through, and they didn't want to just speak. They wanted to turn this into something that would actually make a difference. And what we needed was to make sure that we had enough poll workers to keep polling places open, and that we had big facilities so that people could vote and be socially distanced. So we were conscious of the consequences of this election. We were conscious of the struggle of our forebears who gave their lives to vote. And we were conscious of this COVID-19 pandemic and the need to protect our population and make sure that they could participate in the political process safely. And this actually allowed all of that to happen.
LeBron, so you've had success now. Well, you've had many championships, but you've now had maybe this is your first championship in this space. What is the next endeavor? What's the next step in this project?
Well, that's always the question, and we have some things that's going on in Georgia right now that we're discussing, and we're going to continue to figure out ways we can create change because we did not want this to be just a one-off. You know, everyone heard about the election, and we knew how important the election was. Obviously, you know, but we don't want to be a one-off brand. We're not a one-off group. We're not a one-off team. We want to continue to figure out ways because the fight isn't over. The fight is still there, and we know that. And especially in the Black community, we're fighting every single day to be heard, to be respected, and to be inspired. So, and that's my job, along with a lot of other people that follow me and a lot of other people that wants to be a part of this. It's our job to continue to let the youth know and our communities know that yes, we have a fight going on, but we will not stop. So, you know, that's a great question. And we're always, that's what we do. We have a round table and we start to talk about things. Okay, what can we do next? Because this is not a one-off thing for us.
So you mentioned Georgia. What's the plan in Georgia?
Cheryl Ann, you want to hit them off and let them know what's going on?
I do. One of the features of this collaboration has been making sure people understood that this is not just about the presidency, that, you know, there are elections all the way down the ballot, district attorney, school board, judges, sheriffs, and that elections happen every year. They don't just happen every 4 years, right? Mm-hmm. So we have runoff elections coming up in Georgia, 2 very important United States Senate seats, and there will be runoff elections as well as a race for the Public Service Commission. And I know these things sound boring to people, but I want people to start to understand you need to exercise your vote in every election. My mantra is leave no power on the table. So if it's the Railroad Commission, the Public Service Commission, you need to understand what that person's power is and to vote with intelligence. So that election is coming up in January. We are actually using all the data we learned from this election to understand where we need more poll workers, because there were places where we still need poll workers in Georgia. And so we're going to be making sure that we work with More Than a Vote to deploy poll workers appropriately and do all of the election protection work that we do and that we have done, and then make a schematic and a plan for elections around the country that are coming up, because this is about our voice in the political process. It's not about 1 year and it's not about one man. It's about a community that has to begin to exercise its full power. And we need every member of our community. Some people try to, you know, put artists and athletes to the side. No, we have to use, especially the Black community, we have to use every asset that we have to be able to fully have our voice be heard. So it is really powerful and important that More Than a Vote is not a one-off. And as those runoff elections come up in January in Georgia, we're going to be ready. We're going to have as many polling places open as possible. We're going to let people vote safely. We're going to make sure that people have the information. We've already put out palm cards about the election so people know what's going to happen and what offices they're voting for. This is serious business. This is the work of citizenship. I'm just proud that our NBA players, and particularly that Mr. James has lent his name, his voice, and as you can hear, his passion, you know, to this issue.
LeBron, speak if you could to the conversations that you had, and I know you at some point you did with the league, with Adam Silver, with really getting behind not just voting, but Black Lives Matter, and really putting yourself out there in a way that, frankly, very few athletes had done before. I mean, so much of this had been considered a third rail, and I'm hoping you could explain sort of the thought process behind it.
You know, for me, as you've seen with a lot of my mantras, you hear that I'm more than an athlete, but that came because that's something that's very true to who I am. It wasn't like we made that up and then I started to live behind it. I was that person way before we started to talk about more than an athlete, and we are, all of us. We're all more than what the title that we're given with our job space. So, you know, to have that relationship with the league and Adam Silver, and him being able to have an open ear and to listen to his athletes and listen to me, trying to create change for the greater of good. Because at the end of the day, we want love to prevail, hate every single day. You know, where I come from, you know, where a lot of our athletes, especially in my sport, where we come from underprivileged households, we come from uneducated households, and we come from places where we don't feel like people really care about us. And when you're able to give your arm and give your space and give your time to these communities, you just see a worldwide of change. You start to see the leaders of our future because they just want to feel loved and they want to feel appreciated. And it's not just for Black kids, it's for all kinds. It's for white kids and Spanish kids and Latin kids and Mexican kids. We want everyone to live in a better place. And we want them all to be educated as well, because there's so many things that we all can change. And if we all come together, the greater in the numbers. It's just a proven fact.
What do you say to those critics out there who say sports should be a refuge away from politics, a refuge away from the headlines? It should be a place where people just come and enjoy the game. I'm sure you've heard that so many times, and I'd love to understand how you think about that.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, when you strip away everything that we get dressed up for, You know, it would be the same if you went to a haunted house and you're seeing all these people get dressed up in these costumes to terrify people on one given night. But you told them that they couldn't go out and speak about things they're passionate about. Or if you're going to a Starbucks and you see the lady in there and she was making your coffee in the morning, but we told her, stick to coffee. That's what you do. Stick to being at Starbucks. And it's the same for us as athletes. We love what we do. We're passionate about what we do, just like everyone else in their respective fields. But we're all human, no matter the color of your skin, no matter how tall you are, no matter what background you come from. We're all human. So the critics at this point in my life does absolutely nothing to me. What does something to me and what moves my needle is listening to the people and listening to my people in my community, listening to my kids at my school, because they'll tell you what's needed. They'll tell you what needs to be done. And then it's my job to put the resources, get the group of people, and use my influence for the better of good.
Hey, Sherilyn, I'm hoping you can help me with maybe some political analysis about what might be described as the black vote. And I think there was a big surprise this year. A huge community, as you know, came out in favor of President-elect Biden. But more people in the black community than the last election came out for Trump. Can you explain that?
Well, I've been a voting rights lawyer for a number of decades, and one thing I know very clearly is that black voters are among the most sophisticated voters in this country in terms of understanding the issues and the candidates that are articulating a vision for their children, just like any other voter wants. And this election, it was very clear what was on the line. I think the COVID-19 pandemic, brought that into stark relief. It was very clear that the kinds of rhetoric and the kind of agenda that was being advanced by Mr. Trump. And black voters have a right, just like any voter, to decide when they feel passion and when they want to be involved and protect their communities and the future of their children. And I do think that they were also encouraged, many voters, by the sense of community that happened when people stepped out of the traditional roles that people expected to speak. That's a signal to voters that this race is significant. And that's why More Than a Vote was important, and a number of other artists and activists, that, of course, the work of the WNBA, all of those people, when we all speak in our voice, we are signaling to one another that this is a moment when we have to come out and protect our communities and articulate what we want. Now, LDF, the organization I lead, is a nonpartisan organization. We don't tell anybody who to vote for. We don't endorse candidates. We also, in this initiative, didn't say that people can only use this arena if they are black or if they are Latino. We didn't say you can only be a poll worker if you're black or if you're Latino. So the effect of it is, just like all civil rights actions, is that it benefited the entire community, that white voters were benefited by having more polling places open, by having more facilities that were COVID safe. And so what we saw is what often happens in this country, what is the history of the civil rights movement, is that when we work to ensure that black people are treated as equal citizens and have a right to participate in the process, it actually cascades out to improve American democracy and to everyone. And so that's what we saw. The highest vote turnout in any presidential election in the history of this country. Whoever you voted for, this was the election in which the most voters of any race came out and decided they wanted to participate.
Hey, LeBron, question about President Trump. You were very critical of him. He's been critical of you. When you think about what's happened here, were you surprised by some of those statistics in terms of members of the black community that went and supported him?
Well, I mean, it's not that I was surprised or not, but like Sherilyn said, we wanted to just create opportunity for all kinds, for black, for white, for Latin, for everyone to have to exercise their right and also be able to educate them. I mean, we had a lot of people that believed that they could not vote because of certain things that went on in their past. And a lot of those things were not true. They didn't believe that they could exercise their right to vote. So it's never been, when you look at More Than a Vote, we never told anyone who to vote for or who not to vote for. We never said anything about one candidate or the other candidate. We just wanted people to exercise their opportunity to vote and be able to create change, because that's what we all talk about. We always talk about we want change, well, here's the opportunity. We're going to give you all the support. We're going to give you the knowledge. We're going to give you the facts. And then here's your opportunity. Here's your blueprint. You take this and then exercise your opportunity to vote. So it's never been about me versus him or her versus him. It's not about that. It's about having the right people in place and giving the opportunity to everyone who has the opportunity to vote, that so many people worked hard for years and years and years ago.
Tell us about your mother voting.
Probably one of the best days of her life, and it made me proud. If I was not even, I didn't know I could be even more proud of my mother. And I told her that Barack and Michelle was extremely proud of her, and it just blew her away. You know, it was a moment that my mom, she believed that finally that she was being heard, and she felt like she could make an impact. And that goes all the way back to what I say about our communities, where you grow up and over a year and over time, because you've been hearing the same narrative that we're at the bottom of the map and we don't matter, or you know, we can't create change. And that goes to show you, no matter how young you are or where you are in life. My mother's 52 years old, and she went out and exercised her right to vote, and she was proud of it. Mask and all, mask and gloves, she did it all. So, you know, it was an unbelievable moment for not only my family, but also for her grandkids to see as well.
I know we're running out of time, but I do have to ask, you got to go back and start playing in only 3 weeks. How do you feel about it?
I mean, this is what it is. And one thing about with me and my family and my friends, we all talk about, you play the hand that's dealt. So I'm ready for the hand that's dealt to me, and I'm going to make the most of it.
And finally, what's the hat say?
The hat says real change is not created by sitting on the sidelines. This is all a part of our More Than a Vote initiative. And we got a little apparel. People feel proud when they wear it. We got hoodies and sweaters and masks and this hat as well. So it's proud. It's a proud feeling to be a part of such a great group and so many intelligent, smart people that's passionate about something. So I'm proud to wear it.
Well, let me thank both of you, Sherilyn and LeBron, for joining us today. We are so grateful. Thank you for all the work that you are doing. It is important work, and I hope we have an opportunity to talk to you in person when the world goes back to normal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sherilyn, love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. I'm so honored.